I forgot something. Actually, I forgot two things. Forgot to unmute myself. And I started talking. I knew I was forgetting something. You know, if you're going to be a VTuber, you're going to have a model up for stream. Do I hear three things? What do you mean? No, it's just the two things. Forgot to unmute myself. And I forgot to turn on my model. Three things. Well, what's the third thing, Phalanx? As you type that out, we'll go to the Be Right Back screen. I'll turn on VTube Studio. Get the model calibrated. You have your cloaking device active. Yeah, cloaking device. That's it. I totally didn't forget to turn on VTube Studio. I don't know what you're talking about. The cloaking device has been engaged. There we go. Maybe. There we are. Okay. Hi. How is everyone? You know the drill from Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates. I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth. Lord Rexworth. Welcome back to the castle. Figured we'd spent long enough, we'd spent an entire summer on holiday at the Rexworth Penthouse. And it's just time to come home. Time to come home. I've been off on the road for about a month now. For the day job. And I just figured, you know what? We're transitioning into the fall season. I do have a fall stream theme. So let's just break that out. And while we're at it, I'm home for 4 days. This is my first full day off. I'm not due back until early Tuesday morning to work. So, I'm gonna have myself some drinkies. Figured I'd polish off the last remnants of a bottle of Nicker coffee malt whiskey. There you are, I'm still in TOS breaking a tired at home. I just didn't turn your camera on and you're fine. Time to stack the streams if you're up for it. Yeah, I'm going to stack as many as possible. Do as many as possible. Was supposed to have a collab with somebody. Well, was hoping to have a collab with somebody, but that fell through. We'll try and do something maybe next month. Some of you might know who they are. But I don't think I should say who it is. Mainly because I just want to keep everyone in suspense. Time to polish off the alcohol I've left. Never mind, I opened it 3 minutes ago. That's the spirit, Phalanx. It's the weekend. Time to cut loose and tie one on. This is good whiskey. Be a pity for it to go to waste. I so seldom have opportunities to drink anymore. Mainly because of the nature of the job. I have to be sober as a judge. How do you keep an arsehole in suspense? I don't know. How do you keep an arsehole in suspense, Phalanx? Turn it upside down, perhaps. I'll tell you later. Alright. I get that. I got that. Being a bit of an arsehole yourself, I see. Anyways, hello nobles. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to our sort of informal celebration of over 750 nobles following on Twitch. We're at 755. And slowly making our way towards 775, so please do tell everyone you know about the stream. Apparently my strategy for constantly shitposting on Twitter has paid off. So, yeah. We get snarky when not lower on the depression scale. Ah, I see. Well, snarkiness and depression, don't those tend to go hand in hand? I'm British, so we're just sort of snarky by nature. It just sort of comes with Britishness. Snarky is our natural form of communication. For a lot of Brits, sarcasm is something they're quite fluent with. Me, not so much. I've never been very good with sarcasm. And I also don't tend to like sarcasm all that much. I'm quite the believer in the saying that sarcasm is actually the lowest form of wit. But then again, I differ from my countrymen in that I believe people should just be honest about how they feel. And I don't really see anything wrong with that. Lower depression levels have malicious snark, if any, no malice here now. Ah. So that's the difference. Well, that's good to know. I know it's a bit of a heresy, but I'm going to mix a bit of Coca-Cola with this whiskey. Even though it's quite fancy whiskey, and you're really not supposed to mix anything with it. Fancy or proper drinking whiskey, the only acceptable form of mixes with it is ice, perhaps a splash of water, even some sparkling water. But I figured we're all friends here, and I wouldn't mind a bit of a relaxing of standards of decorum. I'm very fluent in sarcasm, side effect of military service. Yes, one has to become rather fluent in sarcasm if one is to muddle through military service somehow. Having worked around a lot of military veterans myself, I'm quite familiar. Anyways, I hope you all have been having a lovely month. There's been a lot going on in the world. Don't really know where to begin. But I'm sure we can start with something. But, yes, just going to have ourselves a bit of a chat tonight. Talk about the news. Talk about things going on in the world. And then going to play ourselves a game. Brand new one, just came out. Brand new old game. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. It's Metal Gear Solid 3, updated, expanded, and built on the Unreal Engine. Should be good. That's what we can look forward to tonight. And hoping to make it a late night stream. I figure Friday night. Not really much going on the weekend. It's a long holiday weekend for a lot of people, especially in the United States. So, yeah. We can have ourselves a good time late night. And, yeah, who knows? We may carry this thing over to over to the Discord, where we can have ourselves a bit of a hangout. By the way, there's the link there in the Twitch chat for the Castle Rexworth Discord. Click there and join if you haven't already. By the way, Pyon Lee, I don't think I mentioned it, but thank you for redeeming first earlier. Sorry about that. How have you been? This weekend we'll be doing... We'll probably have a stream tomorrow night. Or maybe sometime during the day. I'm not... Well, probably in the evening. Yeah, we'll make it in the evening. Just because I've got a few errands to run during the day. I have to get ready to be back on the road again for another month. And, yeah, that means a Costco run, more than likely. But right, let's go ahead and switch over here. And we are going to do a window capture. And there is our window that we're going to capture. Right. Let us do the news. And we start with the fallout from what's happened with Cracker Barrel. Don't know if any of you have been following this story, but Cracker Barrel, rather famous American chain of restaurants, has decided at one point they wanted to change their logo. And they wanted to remove the cracker from the barrel, as it were. This was criticized by practically everyone as being a terrible idea. In fact, I can go over to my page over on X, which, by the way, if you're not following me over on X, please do make sure that you are. Twitter.com or x.com/Lord Rexworth. x.com/Lord Rexworth. And a few days ago, if I can dig through the litany of shitposts that I've been putting up whilst I've been on the road, if I'm not streaming, I'm shitposting on Twitter. Well, there's one of them. Yeah, so they got rid of the cracker and the barrel, as it were. They got rid of, this bloke here is Uncle Herschel. He's the bloke who actually started Cracker Barrel. And, yeah, they sort of just did the whole corporate minimalism approach with the Cracker Barrel logo and made it look like shit. One of the things that we posted here, they said they're sorry and brought back the old logo. Now, if they just dump this bullshit, maybe we'll believe them. Yeah, apparently Cracker Barrel has been all in on the woke DEI bullshit. Stuff like their own in-house LGBTQ plus alliance, talking about bringing their whole selves to work while strengthening Cracker Barrel's relationship to the LGBTQ plus community. To which I say, we don't need your whole selves at work. Just put the fries in the bag, bruh. Or put the biscuits on the table, in the case of Cracker Barrel. That's all we want. We don't care if you're gay, But if you're straight, or if you're lesbian or bisexual or transgender or questioning or, queer-ish, we really don't give a shit. We just want our food. We don't want it to taste like shit, and we want it delivered to our table quickly. And we should like to eat our food. And we are also not interested in having a conversation about our waiter or waitress's sexuality. And yes, I did say waiter or waitress. There's only two genders after all. So yeah, we really could not give a flying fuck. We just want our food and we want it to taste good. There really is a low bar these days. Oh yeah, by the way, someone came up with a Kirsche anime waifu figurine, and I need this in my life, desperately so. I need more Foxu stuff. Anyways, removing the founder from the logo was not a level of fuck around I was aware of. Yeah, that apparently is Uncle Herschel, gentleman who started Cracker Barrel. I think it was like 50 plus years ago or something like that. Drama was not in the description of what I ordered from the menu. Yeah, we'd like our biscuits and gravy without a side of drama. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, and it was from our dear beloved Foxu woman who came up with this. It's sort of a retweet of a retweet of a retweet now. But proof positive you don't hate private equity enough. Interesting how one bloke with brains is labelled as the activist to ignore. Let's see. From Megan Basham, a brutal behind-the-scenes look at what happened at Cracker Barrel. A top investor tried to warn them 4 times what they were doing was folly. He even made a 120-page presentation. 120 pages worth of presentation, probably PowerPoints, to illustrate what they were about to do would be disastrous. And he was dismissed as an activist investor because he was known as a Trump supporter. When he tried to get board replacements so that Cracker Barrel would make better decisions, shareholders led by, wait for it, BlackRock and other behemoth firms, goddamn them to hell, instead voted in the company's recommended board choices. And so Cracker Barrel executives, who thought they knew better than everyone else, just thought they were the wizards of smart here, pushed ahead with the rebrand and distancing the chain from its core customer base. And now we have the results. This summarizing something from Fox Business. I'm not going to turn on ads for Fox Business, no. Stop that. Let's try removepaywall.com. There we go. There we go. Brilliant. Now let's just hide the ads. Let's see. Cracker Barrel's slide into a rebranding debacle began with a phone call at 4:30 p.m. on May 16th, 2024. The new CEO, Julie Fels-Massino, got on the phone with investors, unveiled details of a strategic transformation plan her board of directors had approved. The first of 5 pillars in the plan would be refining and evolving the brand across all touchpoints. In other words, they're going to fuck it up beyond all recognition. That's usually what that translates to. There's your problem. New CEO. Yeah. New CEO, a woman with an axe to grind. And this is what happened. Massino and her board of directors dismissed at least 4 warnings by a top investor, Sada Biglari, who apparently is a big investor in Steak and Shake, which explains the attacks that on social media by Steak and Shake against Cracker Barrel. Biglari said the rebranding was obvious folly. Cracker Barrel is not a broken brand, but it is a broken board. One of the 20-page slide deck presentation with the title Cracker Barrel is in crisis next to the company's longtime logo of an old man in overalls leaning on a barrel, a logo that Massino would wipe out unbeknownst to Biglari at the time. Yeah, this is the shitty corporate minimalist logo they were trying to rebrand into. And they were also going to take that sort of dark, dingy look of the old country store style approach to Cracker Barrel locations and replace them with something that is brighter, whiter, looks like copious amounts of shiplap. Honestly, it looks like basically if a combination of Martha Stewart and the Magnolia people threw up all over the place. Whilst the dynamics of company executives pursuing politically correct woke rebranding are now well documented, a timeline of the past year and a half behind the scenes at Cracker Barrel reveals a classic case of corporate myopia, ignoring caution, and barreling forward with rigidity. That logo probably cost about $1 million to develop. Yeah, and it looks like something that I could come up with in about half an hour on Canva. On the call in May 2024, Messino announced she'd hired a new leading brand agency to refine and strengthen positioning to delight existing and new guests. That's a lot of corporate bullshit speak to say, we're going to try and lure people into our locations to dine at our locations that are not interested and would never dine at Cracker Barrel at any point in their lives. It's sort of like everything else that's gone woke, trying to appeal to demographics that have no interest whatsoever in purchasing or using the product or service. They outsource the marketing shift. Sounds like a Sweet Baby-like incident. Yeah, no, it's playing out very similar to what we've seen with Sweet Baby Inc. and a lot of other places. They wanted to enhance the menu. They're going to make it shit. Evolve the store and guest experience. They're going to get rid of the old-style country store. Winning in digital and off-premise. So probably going to have some weird, cringy, woke ad campaign. Elevate the employee experience. Hire a bunch of insufferable people to be employees who don't do hardly anything and shit all over the customer is probably what that translates to. Big Lottie, a San Antonio, Texas venture capitalist, sometimes nicknamed Big, did not buy the corporate gobbledygook. Well, and as well as he shouldn't, because that's all it is, just corporate gobbledygook. Honestly, who talks like this? This is just a mashup of words that are devoid of meaning. Yeah, they're just buzzwords to sound good. That's all they are. Since 2011, he's become one of the company's largest investors, beside BlackRock. You don't hate those people enough. GMT Capital Corporation, the Vanguard Group, again, you don't hate those people enough. And Alliance Bernstein LP. He also owns Maxim magazine, which endorsed Donald Trump in 2024, and Steak and Shake, another national restaurant chain. Steak and Shake has gone in entirely the opposite direction of what Cracker Barrel was doing. I've noticed someone posted what their refresh of their locations looks like, and they're leaning into the nostalgia and retro look. So they're not trying to make it look modern and stale and soulless. Instead, they're going back in time and they are trying to up the warmth and almost make it look like make their locations look like a time capsule. Oh, and by the way, they are frying up the chips in beef tallow. So they're getting rid of seed oils and they're just going to fry up everything in beef tallow, which is fantastic. Devoid of meaning and or unquantifiable, vague enough to push blame elsewhere. Yes. So when this all blows up in their face, they'll be able to shift the blame. They'll have enough people to, it's like, well, we don't really, I don't have the authority. You don't have the authority. Nobody here really has the authority. It just sort of, things happened. And, no one's really to blame. Now give us a golden parachute so we can go run something else into the ground. Investors did not react well to the news. Company share price fell to $48.98. Yeah, this is... Damn, that is quite a fall. So a little bit about Bigladi. He was born in Tehran in 1977. Fled to San Antonio with his family after the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power. He started work at a family Persian carpet store, built businesses as a teen, and then in his 20s created an investment firm, Bigladi Holdings, that now trades on the New York Stock Exchange. He's invested in all-American restaurant brands like Westin Sizzlin, Friendly's, Steak and Shake, and Cracker Barrel. A series of Cracker Barrel boards and senior executives dismissed him as a wayward activist investor with a suspect ultimate agenda, and his criticism last year fell on deaf ears. I suppose they should have listened to him. Bigladi earned a reputation as a bully, an evil genius, a Type X personality driven by money. Well, yes, you're in that line of business. What the fuck else are you going to do? Early into his investment in Cracker Barrel, he created a website, enhancedcrackerbarrel.com, and Cracker Barrel responded on a webpage devoted to investors. But the CEO and the board doubled down, hired a new chief marketing officer from MGM Resorts International, and doubled down on expensive store remodelings and refreshes. It's lipstick on a pig. That's all it is. How about get the orders right and, have the food taste less like arse? I have a belief that are corporate assassins out there, people who get into a high position only to destroy what they now control, intentional or otherwise. Well, especially with these women CEOs, they feel like they absolutely have to put their mark on something. They have to make something more like them, even if they would probably never set foot in a Cracker Barrel in their entire lives, or, buy the product or service that they're dealing with ever. They just feel that they have to make it look like them, and then they act shocked when people all of a sudden are just not interested in what they're selling. But it's one of those things where they just ride everything until it crashes, pick themselves up, dust themselves off, dust off the LCV, and go ride something else into the ground. It's not that they need to be successful, they need to be successful their way. Yes, they insist on having it their way, especially the women folk. They're such control freaks. The 2024 annual report included a diversity, equity, inclusion section featuring 7 business resource groups for promoting diverse members, black leaders, Hispanic and Latino culture, LGBTQ awareness, military veterans, and women leaders. Hauntingly, in the report, executives warned failure to achieve a sustained strategic transformation plan with the rebranding could adversely affect our results. They also noted unfavorable publicity could harm a business, as could activist shareholders. So they knew this was coming. They knew it was coming, and they pushed forward anyway. October 8th, 2024, Bigladi had enough. He wrote a blistering 7-page letter to shareholders, warning them about the board's obvious folly, greenlighting Massino in a new transformation plan, criticizing the board's alleged dysfunction and mismanagement. He warned the problem lies not in the seating, but in getting more people to sit in it. We do not believe changing the furniture and altering the decor are going to change the company's trajectory or solve the company's underlying problem of declining traffic. He argued that Cracker Barrel is not in need of a dire transformation, it's in dire need of a turnaround. After the CEO and board ignored his October 2024 warnings, Bigladi responded with an even sharper two-page critique in November. If you had $100 in Cracker Barrel stock in January 2019, 5 years later, it's worth about $30. Therefore, there's just $30 to go before the entire investment is lost. But instead of correcting the company's course, board members circled the wagons around the management team. They value collegiality over accountability. He described the transformation as a mistake of misguided executives falling into a textbook trap of overspending on cosmetic remodeling. He noted the day a Cracker Barrel opened in 1969, it was already old, its theme derived from the 1920s. I'm concerned that not only will the remodel not work, it could actually damage the brand further. Let me make my position clear, the company's $700 million remodel plan will not work. He asked shareholders to vote for him and former Getty Images executive to replace two board members who he criticized as incompetent. But shareholders sided with management. Mainly because shareholders like BlackRock and Vanguard, they are absolutely hell-bent on DEI. DEI and ESG. And I think it is a lot like what Kirsch said. They will sacrifice short-term profits for long-term societal and cultural domination. The modernization plan was described by Chris Wunder, the CEO of Leap Brands, as taking a vintage Chevy and installing clown rims and a neon paint job. Maybe we should have let Sada Bigladi and Bigladi Holdings take over. Yeah, you probably should, but it's a bit late now for that, isn't it? Also, hello. DEI failures create lower cost purchases. Also true. Helps to drive things down, keep them cheap. That way the big boys like BlackRock can scoop them up, lock, stock, and barrel. The narrative seems clear enough, said Scott Johnson, former Wall Street financier and author of a new novel, All the Good People, about a board more focused on collegiality than accountability. This is a company that felt compelled to atone for past sins when it fired gay employees in 1991 before quickly reversing its policies. In the process, it went overboard. With their eye off the ball, the company suffered, and they're using the problems they themselves created as the pretext to radically alter the brand, a play that looks doomed from the start. BlackRock is an asset holding company, I think. Officially, on paper, yes, that's what it is. But they are one of the focal points of spreading DEI and ESG directives in the corporate world. They do that as a condition for giving these companies money in exchange for ownership. BlackRock does it. Vanguard does it. Blackstone does it as well. Those three alone are responsible for a lot of these... just for a lot of this cultural transformation across large companies into... and this general enshittification of brands that people once knew and loved. Were the fired employees insufferable, not just gay? No idea. All we know is that they fired gay employees back in 1991, and apparently people still feel bad about that, so they're like, you know what? Let's just destroy the entire fucking company to atone for this supposed sin. It's like, no. You made a mistake. But that was also 30 fucking years ago. People have moved on. I'm fairly certain nobody cares anymore. You don't need to destroy yourself to atone for these sins. I'm sure there's more to finding a bad employee is just a good practice. Now, we don't know if they're bad employees or not. I'm sure there's more to the terminations than gay even 30 years ago. Probably. I mean, I think you're right to be skeptical about that sort of thing. Again, and it could just be a pretext. It's like, we'll find whatever little thing that you can to justify this, to make everyone feels bad, man. And let's use it as a pretext to fundamentally transform the company into something that it's not. To attract people who would never set foot in the restaurant. I mean, I'm not sure even their own CEO would dine at a Cracker Barrel. Certainly not round the people that normally congregate at a Cracker Barrel, especially on a Sunday afternoon after church. If anything, she looks like the sort of... I don't know if anybody's seen her on television, but especially with the thick-rimmed Kering glasses, she really does look like someone that would not be caught dead near those people. Yeah, it's like digging through past posts to find ammunition. Yeah. You look long enough, you'll find something, and if you can't, you just put something there. Anyway, that's what's going on with that. Sorry for the flashbang, everyone. What else has been going on in the world? Oh, yes, unless you've been living under a rock, there was... Well, we've got this thing. Let's keep on with the... This is the latest from Liberal Hive Mind. Let me pause the music here and we can watch this together. This is in regards to what's going on with Cracker Barrel. Looking for any minuscule reason to justify a decision. Yeah. And if they can't find anything, they can always just make it up.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Well, there it is. I guess there's the inevitable, total, utter defeat for Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, this, by the way, is the face of the CEO of Cracker Barrel. The glasses alone, she looks like an absolute kitten. This is not someone who belongs in the position of CEO.
After all the smug talk and the smug dismissals that the backlash was just a very loud minority, just a right-wing overreaction, well, I guess reality
is that's... At first, that's what they tried to downplay the criticism as. Was just a very vocal minority. And then when that didn't work, they started calling them right-wing extremists. And then when that didn't work, they finally bent the knee and said, all right, we hear you. We don't like that we heard you. We don't like listening to you people. We wish you would just shut up, fuck off, and go away. But we're going to change it all back. She made a post on Instagram complaining about everyone else having an issue with it before deleting it. That doesn't surprise me. She's got her grand design in her head. And anyone who dares to question it is just an evil right-wing extremist. Yes, quick, use buzzwords to invalidate criticism, because that always works.
finally settled in, as Cracker Barrel has now caved in spectacular fashion. A full 180 reversal. They initially doubled down and said they were going to keep the new logo, but now 24 hours later, they've completely flipped. You know, I guess all.
How's it feel, love? How's it feel to be completely and utterly dominated by the people you hate? How does it feel to basically, I don't know, if this were in any other arena, any other thing, this would be us sort of collectively dominating her sexually or something. It's like something's been shoved into an uncomfortable place. Oh, you don't like that? Tough. Going to take it like the bitch you are. Ruby, welcome in. You popped in at a most fortuitous time.
All the reporting I did on the empty parking lots and empty restaurants wasn't fake news as the left was suggesting. We've got yet again another massive cultural victory to add to the list. Let me give you guys the latest update in this victory, but before we get...
How does it feel to find out this hard? Oh my. But I don't think I think a lot of that sounds like hyperbole. It's a win, to be sure. I would not go so far as to call it a big win, but it's a win nevertheless.
Get into any of it, this video is actually brought to you guys by a sponsor, so let's first play that clip. This video is brought to you by Raycon. So between
Sponsor time.
researching, editing, recording, and just trying to catch a break every now and then, or of course sometimes getting some exercise, the schedule can get packed up, you know, life can get pretty hectic. But one thing's for sure, no matter what I'm doing, I need to stay tuned in, I need to stay connected to what's going on across the globe and all the different discussions online. And I gotta tell you, I wouldn't be able to do that without Raycon's Everyday Earbud Classics. You know, the simple truth is, they've earned a spot in my inventory. I've been using these earbuds to stay tuned for 4 or 5 years at this point. And I gotta tell you, I actually really love them. And well, today Raycon's here with a new announcement. They just dropped a new version of the Everyday Earbud Classics with the same iconic look, except now with active noise cancellation. That's the one piece of tech that these earbuds were missing, and now they've upped the ante by having it built in. We're talking premium earbuds with all the little details at a fraction of the price of other premium earbuds. 8 hours of battery life straight, plus 32 more with the charging case. Premium audio quality, touch functions, multiple gel tips to fit your ear. I mean, it's just a great product.
The reversal is a step in the right direction. It's not a redemption. Yes, quite.
At a great price, and best of all, thanks to this partnership with Raycon, you can take advantage of a 20% off sale by simply clicking the link down below in the description. That's buyraycon.com/hivemind, or simply scan the QR code on screen. That's 20% off, folks. Support the businesses that support the channel. A huge thank you to Raycon. Now back to the video. Alright folks, so we recently learned that Cracker Barrel dumped $700 million into this idiotic rebrand, a new logo, a new modernized look, and at first we know they doubled down. They told us that they weren't backing off. The reaction from all the managers was over.
Yeah, they were committed, and by God they were going to see it through. Or so we thought.
Overwhelmingly positive.
Overwhelmingly positive.
Then of course, you know, ish hit the fan.
And by overwhelmingly positive means these people had to say that, otherwise they would be fired.
And so Cracker Barrel was forced to issue a response, but even in that response, they doubled down. They told us the old timer wasn't coming back, they were keeping the new logo. And then, well, 24 hours...
Yeah, there was basically a very polite way in saying through gritted teeth and a forced smile, fuck off, all of you.
Later, poof, scrapped, gone. A full reversal. Take a look at this post right over here. We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said that we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away, and our old timer will remain. At Cracker Barrel, it's always been and always will be about serving up delicious food, warm welcomes, and the kind of country hospitality that feels like family.
Yeah, a lot of that's been missing from Cracker Barrel in recent years. I don't know if anyone's been to a Cracker Barrel lately, but yeah. I think I ordered from them put in a takeaway order once for I think it was one of their signature breakfast platters or something like that. And a good one or two of the key items were just forgotten about. Not only that, it took forever for them to get the order ready. I mean, we were waiting almost an hour and a half just to go in and pick up the order. And then things were missing. It was just such a colossal fuck up that for a good year or two, I didn't even bother to go to Cracker Barrel. And then a few times I have been in Cracker Barrel. Place has been an absolute graveyard. No one's really showing up. Then the food is sort of meh. Yeah, sadly it has gone downhill, yeah. Well, it didn't used to be that way. 10, 15 years ago, I can remember meeting my grandparents at a Cracker Barrel and doing a Sunday lunch there. And food was good. Ambiance was what you expected. It was overall good. And my grandparents very difficult people to please. And Cracker Barrel did everything right. Now it's just a joke. I'd rather go to Waffle House.
As a proud American institution, our 70,000 hardworking employees look forward to welcoming you to the table soon. A full-on reversal. Honestly, it's quite shocking, especially when you think about the staggering amount of money that they've spent. They spent $700 million on this rebrand, and now all of that money is wasted. Yeah,
$700 million down the shitter. Probably going to get written off. Bob Evans, Waffle House, anything seems to be a better choice, yeah. Even the greasiest of greasy spoons is better than Cracker Barrel. Hell, the iron skillets that are built into Petro truck stops serves better food. That's how far we've come.
On the drain. They tried propping it up with their PR gaslighting campaign, but it's not gonna work. We're sick of the woke. People do not want woke anymore. And of course, I know the left will tell you, oh, well, there was nothing woke about the rebrand. Well, we've already tackled that. And if you need any...
It's a product of woke people. It's a product of woke people. People who think they are such good and virtuous types that they care so much more than you do. That they are going to fundamentally transform a 50, 60-year-old company like Cracker Barrel, and they're going to start attracting we'll call them the Portlandia types, to start eating there. And they don't care if they have to drive away the original P1 demographic, their most dedicated fan base. Because, by God, they want the Portlandia crowd. Even though the Portlandia crowd has never had any interest in dining at a Cracker Barrel and will never go into a Cracker Barrel. Maybe if they're starving, they might consider it. But even then, they'll have an alleged list of so many food allergies. They're like, yeah, no, we can't do that. Let's just go over the whole paycheck and buy something.
More proof. Just look at the marketing executives who are at the helm.
Last year, we have been very transparent about our transformation platform.
this right here in the background, this is what they had in mind to transform Cracker Barrel into. It is kitsched at best. And like I said, at worst, it looks like something that the Magnolia people and Martha Stewart just came in and threw up all over the place. It looks boring. It looks stale, lifeless, and boring. And would just remove the soul out of the interior.
And one of our strategies is really centered on that physical guest experience. And we've spent the last year testing and concepting various levels of remodels. All of these various levels have been rooted.
Honestly, if they wanted to change something, if they really were just so hell-bent on changing something, instead of the aged interior, sand down the wood. Leave it unvarnished. Or hell, even give it a layer of varnish or something. Even that would be preferable to this.
In our brand DNA, they've been rooted in guest feedback, and it's all about evolution with intentionality.
Again, with the buzzwords that don't mean anything. It's like I don't think she even knows what evolution with intentionality. What the fuck does that even mean? That doesn't mean anything.
We've been very transparent about our goal of making our stores feel brighter and even more welcoming than they already are, while maintaining that
Honestly, it's people like her and the CEO, they just need to be forced to sit there and be shouted at by angry people for an hour straight until they are just reduced to tears. These people are practically choking upon their own hubris, and they really just need to be put in their place.
Country hospitality and charm that we're known for. So when it comes to the overall experience, what you can rely on is items like our rocking chairs, our biscuits, our peg games, antiquities on the wall. None of that.
Oh yeah, they even fucked up the peg game. They made that politically correct. Now apparently the peg games, they're not allowed to call you an ignoramus if you're too fucking stupid to figure it out. It's like, oh, don't feel bad, just try again. No, we need to go harder in the other direction. We need to have new peg games that say, you are a fucking imbecile if you can't figure this out. How does it feel to be so fucking stupid, eh? You blithering idiot. You stupid moron. That's what it needs to say on the peg game. Enough of this participation trophy nonsense.
That is going away. We're just looking at ways to freshen up the experience so that we can open our door a bit wider for more guests. And when we think about what we're trying...
Opening the door wider for whom? They're not going to come and eat at your place. They're just not going to do it. The people you're trying to appeal to, the urban monoculture types, they're not interested in eating at Cracker Barrel. They're never going to be interested in eating at Cracker Barrel because they see it as a place where country bumpkins and inbred hicks and hayseeds dine at. They wouldn't be caught dead at a place like that. They see those sorts of people as beneath them. As beneath them in terms of humanity and social class. They will never eat at Cracker Barrel. Yeah, there's no need to freshen up the experience. The whole vibe is older times, yes.
Trying to do, it really is, again, about listening to what the guests ask for, and what the guests, and examples of what the guests ask for are things.
Is none of this. That's what they're asking for, none of this. They're asking for more fundamental things like, can we get some more decent service here? Can you please serve us up biscuits at the table that aren't hard as a brick? Can you please serve us scrambled eggs that don't taste rubbery? Can we please have a side of steak that isn't tough like leather? Can we please have some food that is not shit? It's more fundamental things, and yet you are willing to piss away $700 million to make it look like something that belongs in a magazine that Martha Stewart designed, rather than focusing on the fundamentals of good food and good service. Yeah, what guests? How many?
It's like spaces that feel brighter, that feel less cluttered, more booth seating, more seating options, so our guests are more comfortable while they're dining with us. But again, it really is about taking that feedback and testing into various levels of remodels that.
A lot of their chairs are sturdy, old-timey looking wooden chairs. You can fix this quite easily by just tying a cushion to the seat backs. You really can. Why does she have white hair and look that young? I don't know. I guess that's what happens when you girl boss a bit too close to the sun. It bleaches your hair white and it makes you look old before your time.
Again, represent exactly who we are, but create a more brighter, lighter, fresher experience.
Now, she didn't necessarily say anything explicitly woke, but it's the culture, right?
She also seems to have major case of RBF. This is the sort of person that has default resting bitch face.
Right? Obviously a big city liberal with hardcore vocal fry. You know, the more vocal fry, the more woke. It's almost
Oh
like
yes, that's
receptive.
another thing. She got the vocal fry going on. Hard for anyone to take that seriously. I certainly wouldn't.
Ring theory. Oh my god, Donald Trump is so racist. And so I hope companies are paying attention here. The more vocal fry, the thicker the glass is. If you are hiring people who look like Mark Cuban, you are going to lose nearly $1 billion.
Yeah. Thick rim glasses like that, opinion discarded. Even my glasses that I wear IRL are not that thick. And I wear Wayfarers. But even they are not that thick.
Mark my freaking words. And that's obviously what happened here. A bunch of woke Karens were put in charge of this rebrand. You've already seen 2 characters. Well, here's another. We've got Julia Perry, she, her.
Oh,
VP
Jesus Christ. Again with the fucking glasses. I'm sorry, Miami University, Ohio. Where'd you go to school, love? Did you go to uni in Ohio? Did you go to uni in Miami? And yet somehow you ended up in Nashville. So Nashville has, I think, become almost like Austin Light. You've got a lot of people that are not from around there. And they really are turning that entire city into a shithole.
marketing communications at Cracker Barrel. And well, this post right over here basically puts it all into perspective now, doesn't it?
Yeah, she's humbled and proud.
isn't it? Stop hiring these unqualified, out-of-touch, big city Karens. And most...
Yeah, the only people that need to be running a Cracker Barrel are old men. Old white men. Because honestly, that's your target demographic right there. Those are the sorts of people you would see every Sunday at Cracker Barrel. Back in the day. Before they came in and tried to fuck it up. Yeah, farmers. Old men from rural areas. Those are the sorts of people that you need running Cracker Barrel. They eat there. They know the people who come in there. Let them run Cracker Barrel. Not all these fucking Karens who think they're so smart. When really they all just need to be finding themselves husbands, staying at home, cooking in the kitchen and making babies and being mothers and wives. Someone who also still owns a family farm that's been in the family for generations. Those are becoming a rare breed these days, aren't they?
Importantly, take a hint, and at this point it really shouldn't be hard to gather, that woke is dead. Wokeism, wokeness is gone. It's out the window. And you know what? I think this should be...
In terms of popularity, yes. People have come to despise wokeism, but I can tell you it is still very much alive and well in the halls of the corporate world. Not just in America, but around the world. I mean, I'm coming from a fairly large corporation myself, where even after the executive order was signed by the president banning DEI, they basically got up at a meeting of employees and executives and said, we don't give a fuck what the president says. We're going to keep doing this anyway. We're just going to rebrand it, or we're just going to, take that stuff off our web pages, but we're still going to do business as usual. We don't give a fuck what the president says. We are still going to do this DEI bullshit. Until you rip this stuff out, root and stem, it's not over. Until it is excised root and stem, you have not won. Until these people are hounded out of their positions and out of polite society, you have not won. Woke is about as dead as racism, effectively on life support from performance activists. It will go dormant. It is going dormant in a way. But they're not done, and they will revive the grift whenever they feel that there is an environment that they can flourish in again. They will bide their time. That is why you have to excise it root and stem. That's why these people and the organizations and the networks have to be destroyed. Completely and totally. Anything less, and the problem will just come back again, only worse so.
The conclusion, this is the bigger truth. What happened yet again here was another cultural verdict. The culture war, especially in the corporate world, is over. We won. For so long, the silent majority was ignored.
You have won a battle. You have not won the war. Because a lot of these people are still in charge. Last I checked, all of these woke females, these Karens that were running Cracker Barrel, they're all still running Cracker Barrel. They're still making decisions. This is one of those rare times where people told them no, and they had to back down. And if there's one thing that womenfolk hate more than anything, it is being told no. They are petulant little spoiled children that despise being told no. And they will think up some sort of passive-aggressive way of getting back at everyone. I'm sure they are cooking something up already. But the people who were in charge before are still in charge now. You haven't won anything. You've won one battle. You have not won the war. Not until these people are gone. Not until their entire legacy has been torn to shreds and burned. Not until all of this toxic ideology has been extracted root and stem can we say that we've won. We can celebrate the win, but let's keep some perspective. We've won a battle. We have not won the war.
Mock dismissed as just a bunch of right-wing bigots in flyover states, but now I think the truth has been revealed. You know, the backlash in these cases is so loud, but not only so loud, but so significant. It has such an effect on their bottom line that it can't be ignored anymore. It can't be dismissed. You know, Bud Light tried it and they got obliterated. Goya Foods faced the left-wing cancel mob in the 2020 election, this massive celebrity-backed boycott against the brand, and what ended up happening? They stood strong in their stances, supported the president, and then their sales exploded. Wake up! We control the culture. We are the culture. The illusion that
You think you control the culture, and for now you have a significant influence upon the culture, but your control is not absolute. Don't deceive yourself into thinking this is a bigger victory than it actually is. We're in the hard times make strong men phase, and the cycle will never stop. Yes, unfortunately, that's true.
the woke left represents the majority is gone. You know, sure, the activists and the celebrities are screaming on social media, but in the real world, in the grocery aisles, at the restaurants, in the stores, it's our common sense values that really hold the power. And I think the market has spoken. And the message is, woke simply doesn't sell. We are the cultural mainstream.
Yes, the tide has turned against wokeism. The tide has turned against shit liberty. But make no mistake, we've got a long way to go. That is a long march through the institutions that we have yet to make. And we have to make it in order to pull this thing out, root and stem. The tide has turned, the fight is not over. Exactly.
Mainstream now. The left-wing mob thought that they could bully us, they could shame us, they could slap labels onto us and force compliance, but the tide has turned. And now every boycott, every backlash, every collapsing stock price is another reminder that they have completely lost their power. They overplayed their hand, they went too
Not
far,
completely.
and now America is...
They have not completely lost their power. We backed them into a corner ever so slightly. They still have room to maneuver. And believe me, they are still dangerous. Do not for one moment let your guard down. Head on a swivel.
Is pushing back. And so the lesson is quite clear to investors and shareholders, to marketing executives and company boards. Mock tradition, erase heritage, push cultural Marxism, spit on our values, and watch your brand collapse right in front of you.
My only concern is the pendulum swinging too far to the other side because of how much ground they gained. That's always a risk. And unfortunately, there's not much control anybody has over anything like that. There are people on our side of things who will inevitably overplay their hand. There's really nothing you can do to stop that. It's not a question of if it happens, but when. And really all we can do is try to keep our own people in check. Keep our own people in check while still circling the wagons against outsiders and not punching right. That's a more delicate balancing act than people think. Hard to do for a lot of people. Challenge impossible for many more.
It's really simple, folks. It's really all about respect. Respect the consumer, respect the people, respect people's values, respect the value, traditions, and the culture of the country, or face utter rejection from the people that you're basically giving the middle finger to. Anyways, what else can I say other than a W in the win column? Another massive cultural victory. More proof that the left and all of their popular ideas are all astroturf.
Not massive. Not a massive victory. Just a victory. Still worth celebrating. But let's not make it bigger than it actually is. You won one battle. There's still a whole war to fight.
Bernie Sanders always going on and on about how the overwhelming majority agree with him and all of his big brain leftist ideas. It's a complete farce. All these botted celebrity accounts trying to push the message. They try to force this stuff into existence. There was never majority cultural support behind anything woke. It was all smoke and mirrors since day one, and now the entire illusion has dissipated. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Give it a like, everyone. It's a good video there from Liberal Hive Mind. Let's see. There's, this is a good one. Leaflet video. 2150. Not bad length. We love leaflet around here. There's been a shooting. Actually, we'll show a bit of this Nuxanor video here. There's been a shooting in Minnesota. It was at a church school. 17 children shot. At least 2 dead at last check. And the shooter identified themselves as trans. They were a bloke pretending to be a girl. So let's watch this.
Again, believe it or not, when you actually have a gigantic swath of the population being manipulated by radical leftists on the media telling people to commit violent crimes against people that they deem subjectively as Nazis, and then they are literally hopped up on drugs as kids, changing genders or whatever kids do for fun these days because of mass psychosis, sad shit happens, and we are in
mass psychosis or just wanting to be one of the cool kids. And over the past few years, this has been what the cool kids have been up to, is taking hormones and trying to change their gender, and in the case of some, actually having certain body parts cut off of them before realizing they've made a horrible mistake and either ending their lives or detransitioning, basically trying to get a refund on a non-refundable transaction. It's one of the things I warn people about. If they ever tell me, you know, oh, I'm in the process of, you know, transition or something like that, I warn them, you damn well better make sure this is exactly what you want, because this is a non-refundable transaction. There are no take backsies on this sort of thing. What you're talking about, the pathway you're going to go down, is life-altering in the most literal and intimate sense. It's also horribly unnatural. You are attempting to fight nature itself, and you will lose every time. A man cannot become a woman, and a woman cannot become a man. And there is no such thing as all of these other so-called genders. There's only 2. There's man and there's woman. And what you're born with, you're stuck that way. You can pump yourself full of all sorts of cancer-causing chemicals all you like. It's not going to change biology. You may as well learn to embrace who you are and learn to love who you are. Because this other pathway is just a road to madness and suffering. The illusion can only be gone when it's no longer believed.
In the world of sad shit. We really are. Horrible breaking news. Students at the Annunciation Catholic Church were packed into pews.
Annunciation Catholic School.
When the shooter began spraying through the stained
They were in the middle of school
Parents described
mass.
the horrific details to the Minnesota Star Tribune. He just pepper sprayed through the stained glass windows into the building. 50 to 100 shots, the parents said, and he killed 2 kids. This is terrible. This is evil. I don't know how you defend against this. Pray. And you see these poor kids, dude.
You arm the teachers.
Of this investigation, that part of this scene, and not so much of dealing with the active shooter, because again, we have learned the active shooter is dead. But all of this aside, these children leaving the parents.
Yeah, shooter was killed. Thank God.
Horrible.
Tells us that a lot of the threat has tampered down at this point, that they're allowing people to leave this, to enter and leave this.
Horrible. So the shooter comes in. The shooter kills 2 people apparently and injures 17 more kids. Just shooting up a Catholic church, and honestly, an unbelievable tragedy, like an actual unbelievable tragedy. Truly horrible shit. And so breaking news. This is how the story gets told.
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all 3. He had a...
Now, don't get this deputy chief guy over here canceled, because he went by ma'am. More on that in a couple of minutes.
rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Yeah, you shoot up a Catholic school full of innocent children, I think you pretty much forfeit your right to be called by your preferred gender. You forfeit your right to your preferred pronouns. We're just going to start calling you what you were born as, and in the case of this shooter, he was born a he. So yeah, you're stuck with that. We're not going to refer to you as she. Because we don't care, because you shot up a school full of innocent children. I don't give a fuck what your preferred gender pronouns are. You don't deserve that level of respect. You're a monster. And monsters don't get called by their preferred gender pronouns. Simple as.
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information.
Probably
and I
not.
don't have any information on any significant criminal history either. It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo-type pants.
So, obviously, this officer is going to be getting canceled for misgendering this individual. But, see, I'm a big fan of the Second Amendment. I do believe that the right
Yes,
to bear arms
we
is
love
actually
2A
loaded.
here.
But I don't think
Hashtag
crazy people
2A.
have that right. I don't think people that are mentally ill, that are on drugs, literally drugs that are affecting your mental capacities, these people should not have the right to have weapons. They shouldn't.
These drugs that they put people on for this to transition one way or another, they're mind altering. They fuck up your brain. You will go mad. They will make you go mad. It's the nasty little secret about all of this that for so many years we weren't allowed to talk about that sort of thing, lest we be cancelled or banned off the internet or whatever. But the times have changed, and now we actually can talk about these sorts of things.
They shouldn't. There is obviously a problem, and they should not be able to have weapons. That is my opinion. Obviously, people are going to call me transphobic, and to that I say, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, we don't care.
All right?
Fuck off.
Call me transphobic when there aren't dead kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck
So,
off.
Turns out this
Children are dead because this one fucker here decided he wanted to shoot up a school. So no, fuck these people.
biological male transgender person, this individual over here is the killer. This person is a psychopath and is dead. Shooter, 22, biological male, transgender, posted a manifesto on YouTube. I'm not going to show you the whole manifesto because it's long and really dark and probably violent.
And it's also just sort of rambling and didn't really make much sense. And just look at the sick shit that he's putting on, magazines and on, I don't even know what that is. I guess that's a part of a rifle? Not sure. Could be wrong. Yeah, writing on magazines said for the children. And to game over the sitting president of the United States. This is your brain on shit liberty, chat. This is what happens when you get so arse-blasted with left-wing propaganda and huffing your own farts for so long that it just... and doped out of your mind with drugs and chemicals to try and change your gender. Your sense of reality becomes so warped that somehow you think this is all right. And it's not all right. It's the farthest thing in the world from all right. This is what's trending in the United States, mental illness. And I think that we need to start finally having that conversation of, once again, is transgenderism a mental illness? And we need to start facing some really hard truths of, yes, it is. It used to be regarded as exactly that, a mental illness. Gender dysphoria was once regarded as a mental illness, treated with things like therapy and other types of drugs, sometimes even institutionalization. Not pumping people full of hormone replacements. And God only knows what else. To where this sort of thing has started to become much more commonplace. Long time not heard nor seen, old pal. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Karma. I have been on the road. But I've got a long weekend. And so, I'm here. Welcome in.
Violates YouTube's terms of service. But suspect who identity is known posted a video at the time of the shooting, allegedly recorded a day prior, preparing his weapons, writing on magazines sent for the children, and killed Donald.
Gonna drop out again because I've got to force someone to sleep because he won't sleep. You should probably get some rest yourself. But do have some good sleep. Feel better.
Donald Trump. This is fucking psychotic shit. Like, this is actual insane shit for the children.
This is actual psychopathy that we're looking at here, chat.
Like, once again, it is the radical left fucking retards that are violent shits. Dude, what is going on? Bro, what is this?
Literal gay retards here that we're looking at.
Where is your God? Like, this is a complete psycho. Like, a complete and utter...
This was discovered later. That looks like a... yeah, looks like a holster. It says 6 million wasn't enough. Born to shit, forced to wipe.
Psycho. Literally had an entire mapped out the chapel of this school, how to maximize killing the most children, right? Stabbing a knife into it. Like, this is insane. And by the way, this was on the internet. Where was the police? If this was on the internet and we knew that this person was an unstable fuck, why weren't we looking into this? We could send $350 billion to Ukraine. We can't have security in our schools. We can't have...
Exactly. All that money has to be earmarked for Ukraine and for Israel. We can't actually spend that money on our own people. Where do you think you live? A proper nation?
Security in our schools. We can't have people looking into publicly posted information to realize this is a mentally unhinged fuck. Literally insanity. Catholic school gunman trans named Robin Westman set to kill Trump.
I think his birth name was Robert Westman. We're not going to call him Robin Westman. And yes, that's a he. That's a dude. That's a chap. That's a bloke there. That's not a woman. It's like the Austin Powers joke. That's a man, baby. Yeah. Actually, no. That's not a man. That's an insult to men.
Fun magazine. Like all the people that are doing this shit and posting this shit, this kill Donald Trump, this incitement of violence. All right, everyone's favorite journalist, Taylor Lorenz, out there posting videos like someone's got to do it regarding killing Trump. Hassan Piker, large leftist political streamer that goes out there saying kill Rick Scott.
This is the product of Hassan's rhetoric and Taylor Lorenz's rhetoric. Is you have crazies like this freak show here going out and doing what he did. This is what happens when you get arse blasted with enough left-wing propaganda. Eventually, someone gets radicalized enough to kill.
Senator of the United States. You get so many of these radical videos. Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks was on CNN yesterday saying we have to be violent against ICE officers that are coming to take our family away. Like, these are...
No, I'm fairly certain that's a criminal act. Because those are cops. And being violent against the police like that when they're trying to enforce border law and get people out of here that are not supposed to be here to begin with. That's no. Just no. I think she's trying to overcompensate for the fact that she appeared on Tucker Carlson's podcast and came across as a reasonable person and got too much flack for that. She's like, okay, I'll make it up to you. I'll go over here on CNN and just be completely batshit insane again. Sorry, everyone. It's like, no, you had it right. You had it right the first time. And now you fucked it all up. Good job, Anna. Well done.
Left that are basically pushing violent propaganda. And here you have obviously mentally fucking unhinged individuals like this person who,
yes.
Like, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing?
Absolutely unhinged.
Hopped up on drugs, to change genders. This is a very based and inclusive sticker that he has.
Something that was never going to happen. He was never going to become a woman. Not a chance in hell. Not with all of the chemicals and drugs that you could pump them. He could overdose on the bloody things, and it's still not going to make him a woman. Because that's not how nature and biology works.
Defend equality. Yeah! With an assault rifle on top of a pride flag. Yeah! And defend equality, according to this person, is literally murder a bunch of Catholic children because, the media calls them Nazis, right? My favorite YouTuber called Christians Nazis. I just made a video talking about how Hassan Piker basically has been calling.
So because they are children who happen to be Christian and are in the middle of Mass, somehow, their lives are forfeit? I mean, if that's the flimsiest reasons to devalue the lives of the most innocent half of society, if you can devalue them, you can devalue anyone or anything. What a truly monstrous ideology this is. Truly and totally monstrous.
Catholics, Nazis. I made a video about that just like a week or two ago.
There is no living peacefully beside such people. There is none. Because these are the sort of people they are stormtroopers and enforcers for the ruling class who truly hate you and want you dead. For one reason or another. because you're male, because you're straight, because you're white, because you're Christian, because you're just different from them, because you don't believe the same way they do. They just hate you and want you dead. There is no living peacefully side by side with someone like this. Someone like this was always going to come to violence.
My channel. Now, to prove that this is a perfectly sane individual, this is a video posted by the killer on YouTube.
Hey y'all, today I'm going to be reading the Amana Electric Dryer User Manual. Dryer safety. Your safety and the safety of others are very important.
Wow, this is slop content of the worst variety. I mean, I grant you, I've done some reading ASMR, which, by the way, there's a new video up on that. It's up on the YouTube. Make sure that you follow my YouTube page. Lord Rexworth VT. We've got a new one for the railway cities. Introducing Toby the Tram Engine. I admit, my own reading ASMR is probably not the most riveting thing in the world, but it's a damn sight more interesting than reading a washer and dryer instruction manual. This is just slop content.
We have provided many important safety messages in this manual and on your appliance. Always read and obey all safety messages.
Yeah, well, that aged well. First of all, bro's reading a fucking dryer manual. And if you look at the records, and this is horrible, all right, so this
That's
Robin
just pathetic.
person that changed his name from Robert to Robin, you will notice, if you look at the actual fucking stats over here, that he was 17. Order granting name change of a minor. This is a trans kid, right? You thought it was bad? You thought it was bad? Well, it's worse. This is a trans kid, all right? This is someone that came out as trans, as a child, who changed his name legally as a child whose mother, all right, classic, the white liberal mom, once again coming in hot.
The awfuls striking again. The affluent white female liberal. The awfuls being awful, as expected.
Fucking signs off on this because
I produce better content on my YouTube and I didn't put much effort into it. Yes, like we all have. Like somebody could just film ASMR of a shoe and that would be more riveting content. Then again, you've also got a lot of foot fetishes out there that get off on that sort of thing. But that's another topic for another time.
you know, kids can't change their names legally, or genders. God, it's so fucking brutal. Oh my God, I'm like actually heartbroken, man. Why is this a thing in society? First of all the trans kid shit needs to be like excised yesterday. Then we need to work on
Yes.
the whole fucking mentally ill adult category.
Children do not need to be transitioning and they do not need to be given hormones to try and change their gender. And we need to dispense with this brainwashing and ass blasting to them of, you know, there's 700 gorillion genders and it all depends on how you feel day by day. Some days you feel like a man, some days you feel like a woman, sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. This all just needs to stop. This is mental illness. And it doesn't need to be agreed and amplified, it needs to be treated and stopped. I'm sorry, I know this is a tough pill to swallow for a lot of people. We've got people in my community that they themselves identify as transgender, or are in the process of transitioning. And I'm sorry, but it's just the hard truth. What you were born as is what you're stuck as. And you need to learn to just... You need to just learn to like yourself as you are. Flaws and all. In fact, that's part of getting older and getting wiser and maturing as an adult, is just learning to accept yourself for who you really are. And it's not that you're a man born in a woman's body or a woman born in a man's body. You were never meant to walk around using dehumanizing they, them pronouns. You are who you are, and you just need to learn to accept yourself. Because anything less is just living a lie. There are certain things that you can change about yourself. If you'd like to look physically better, you can go on a diet and get some exercise. If you don't like your hairstyle, you can always go get a haircut. If you're tired of wearing glasses all the time, you can get contact lenses. If you're like me, you didn't like the way that you weren't very satisfied with your speaking voice, and so you decided to work on that and develop a received pronunciation. Or at least a little bit of a received pronunciation, anyway. To speak in a more erudite fashion. You know, there are some things that you can work on yourself. But if you're born a man, if you're born a woman, nature has dictated that you're stuck that way. So, best not to try and live a lie. And there's no sense in trying to force some sort of delusion on anyone else. People put too much thought into what they are, so much so that they destroy themselves, indeed. And that's what we're seeing, is entire generations of young people destroying themselves. Why? Because they want to be one of the cool kids? Because they just want attention? Because they're lonely? There's much easier and far more effective ways to get attention for yourself. There are far simpler and more effective ways of finding friends in this world. None of this is necessary that we're seeing here. And a lot of what we're seeing is the product of a mass formation psychosis, much like what we saw with COVID, much like what we saw in the wake of George Floyd. One series of mortal panics and mass formation psychosis after another. And too many poor fools in this world absolutely fell for the programming. Hook, line, and sinker. I would denounce them for the blithering idiots that they were if I didn't pity them so. Someone else posted today they felt like a fraud. You don't even need to consider something like that. You're thinking about yourself too hard. Yeah. Imposter syndrome is really just you being your own worst critic. And too many of us in this world are our own worst critics. On a more spiritual level, God has given you grace for every season. Jesus already bore your sins on the cross. Why don't you learn to forgive yourself and give yourself some grace? Because higher powers have already done that for you. You think you're so much smarter than they are? No. Your so-called intelligence is not even a speck in the universe compared to theirs. You think you know so much more than they do? No. Now you're just getting into arrogance and hubris. Forgive yourself. Give yourself grace. Learn to accept yourself and love yourself the way God loves you.
Of this situation, because it's actually fucking horrible. Anyway, it gets worse. So this Robin Westman, the suspect in the Minneapolis school shooting, is
Robert.
Robert Westman.
Yeah, let's just call him Robert Westman. He's done a horrible thing, doesn't deserve to go by preferred pronouns, even by preferred name. That's a dude right there.
Before changing his name, according to court documents, it was when he was 17. Now, 20...
Started identifying as trans when he was just 17. Why? Supposedly, he's got some Hollywood connections. Hollywood's a dying system. If you've got to be trans and non-binary in order to get work, it's not worth it to get work. Go do your own thing.
% of Gen Z is identifying as
20% of Gen Z identifying as LGBT? No, not buying it. I would say the bulk of that 20% of Gen Z, they want to hang out at the cool kids table at school. That's why they're doing that. They're identifying as LGBT because the people they think are cool are also identifying as LGBT. That's considered what the cool kids do. It's not cool, it's just stupid. I don't hold myself in any regard, really. No thoughts about myself, good and bad. I get on my case for individual actions I take, though, which I think is the key. It isn't who you are, but what you do. I think that's a fairly balanced view, yeah. There's been a coordinated effort by people in power.
Coordinated effort by people in power to confuse and destroy our youth.
Yeah. This is mass formation psychosis. This is a manufactured social movement. Primarily to depopulate the earth, but more particularly to depopulate certain segments of the middle class so that they can be replaced by a new, more permanent and more obedient underclass. 20% of Gen Z is not LGBT. They're not lesbian, they're not gay, they're not bisexual, they're not transgender. They're a bunch of dumb fucking kids who are going around trying to be cool, doing what they think is going to make them cool in the eyes of other people. And years later, they're going to look back, if they have any sort of self-reflection, and say, what the bloody hell was I thinking? Some won't have the courage to admit that. They'll just say, oh, I was going through a phase. I was going through my LGBT phase. As though it's just something you can sort of drift back and forth on, or change in and out the way you change your trousers, or the way you change your underwear. Which, if memory serves me, that's not how that's supposed to work. It's more like, if people are to be believed, it's something that you're born as. What happened to that argument? Or is that now an inconvenient argument? Is that an inconvenient part of the narrative that we're supposed to forget?
Now, first of all, yeah, a picture is worth 1,000 words, isn't it? I actually agree. I do believe that there is a coordinated effort by people in power to destroy our youth. And to be honest, we've seen the government do this in the past. Like, we've seen CIA declassified MK Ultra experiments. Like, who's to say that this isn't another example of that? Like, literally.
That more than likely, that's exactly what this is. It's not real. It's an AstroTurf movement. You think any of this stuff gets up and gets as big as it does by itself? Hell no. This is arse-blasting propaganda.
Destabilizing a generation of people, a generation of Americans, fucked over by propaganda. What are we doing? This went viral today, so I wanted to show this. Been in class 10 minutes. We've already been talking about whiteness, gender, and how Trump is ruining the country. Why the fuck is that in school? Why the fuck is
that doesn't belong in school? And when we win, all of that is going to be banned. And we are going back to the basics of reading, writing, and maths. And studying history. Proper history, too. Not this bullshit 1619 project nonsense where everything is the white man's fault. No, proper history.
Is that being taught? Because the entire school system is propaganda. And literally, it's getting funded by foreign governments. Like,
if you have children, pull your kids out of public schools. They're not learning anything. Those poor children that got shot at in Minnesota were probably learning more in their school than any child in a public school.
Literally look at the people funding our schools. It's China and Qatar. You don't think that it's undermining shit? Oh my god. And it's literally pushing this fucking destructive, suicidal, empathy, fucking bullshit propaganda. You can consent to be anything. As long as people consent, everything is good. And it's literally warping our children. Now, this is Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, where this shooting actually happened. And this is what this incredibly empathetic libtard had to say.
These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church.
What? Don't say thoughts and prayers, because these kids were praying and they were...
That just makes me want to say thoughts and prayers all the more, because I know it'll piss off people like Jacob Frey. Because it's good to send our thoughts and prayers to the victims who are impacted by this. But it also irks and irritates and angers satanic little devils like Jacob Frey. That's win-win. That's like a 2-for-1 special there.
Were killed anyway? Is that really the takeaway here, sir? Is that really the fucking takeaway? What are we doing? Don't say there's a president or candidate. Well, literally, what the fuck are you talking about? Literally.
Oh, yeah. And I think, let's see. I think I may have actually saved that. Data Republican had a good response to that. Oh yeah, oldie but a goodie bits from Stone Toss. I don't think I saved it, but it's from Data Republican. There we go. Where was it? I showed it on... Christ, she tweets more than I do. It showed it on screen there. Let's back up a few frames. Accepted, let's move past thoughts and prayers into rooting out sources of left-wing radicalism.
What are we doing? Don't say there's a president or candidate. Well, literally, what the fuck are you talking about? Literally, what? Don't think about praying. Anyway, this is that same guy in a mask crying over George Floyd's casket.
Are we sure he was actually crying? Or is he just putting on an act? Putting on a show for the public?
Truly horrifying. Truly sad shit. This is incredibly moving. He was lost for words at the casket of St. Georgius Floydius. Lord Fentanyl Floyd himself passed away. And this dude was out there. It was too much. It was too...
Yes. A man who died of a fentanyl overdose gets more tears than Catholic school children shot in the middle of Mass. Really shows the priorities of the Minneapolis mayor.
Too much. But when a bunch of kids die, well, that's pretty quick to say don't pray. Don't pray. Praying is bad. Brian Kresenstein, known libtard freak, big Hassan Piker Glazer, he is a journalist on Twitter saying prayer becomes a problem when it takes the place of real action that could save children's lives. If that offends you, good, it should. Bro saying prayer is bad. He doesn't, however...
No. Prayer's a good thing. Damn sight better than whatever he would propose in its place, which is probably gun control. That's what these people tend to do, is take these in typical Chicago-style fashion, as Rahm Emanuel once said, never let a crisis go to waste. And we're seeing it even today, that people are using this, especially in the media, to say, we need gun control. We need firearms confiscation. We need to disarm the citizenry so that they are even more defenseless when things like this happen.
Think that there's anything wrong with this.
To which... most effective strategies is to say, number one, not an appropriate time to be doing that sort of thing. And number two, our rights to self-defense are non-negotiable. We're not going to have this discussion. Period. No discussion. No debate. Not giving up my guns. Not going to happen. And you can butt all you like. Butt me no buts. I said no. But I said no. But I said no. But I said no. I said no.
System that is pumping 17-year-olds full of fucking drugs, fucking melting their brains, manipulating them, pushing propaganda on children. Nah, none of that shit is a problem, right? Let's not actually blame the shooter, all right? The shooter is woke, okay? The shooter's on the right side of history, according to your average far-left retard. No. We have to be blaming the children praying. Literally, what the fuck is going on? That the leftists are somehow on team shooter instead of on team Christian child. Bro, these are actual children. These are children, bro. What are we doing? Now, in the manifesto of the actual shooter, the shooter said, sponsored by Brandon Herrera for president. Met Brandon at a show last year. He and I had a brief convo, agreed on a lot of things. Y'all should vote for Brandon for president. Brandon Herrera, great guy, said, I will not, nor will I ever say the name of the gutless coward who decided to take the lives of the innocent people in Minneapolis today. My heart goes out to the family of those affected. But to the shooter, I have one thing to say in response. Fuck you, burn in hell.
Yeah, the only acceptable thing to say in that regard. Just to the shooter, fuck you, burn in hell. That is a masterstroke. A masterclass on how to handle all of that. That brilliant execution right there. Handled very well.
Honestly based response.
Yes,
no, it's
based.
Really it's heartbreaking. It's actually heartbreaking. This meme went viral today, so I wanted to show it. Just because I think it's kind of funny, in a tragically ironic sense. This went viral today, right before this happened. Again, this is a screenshot from 2024, but it went viral again. October 7th. Right-wing extremism. I brutalize minorities regularly. Left-wing.
No, they brutalize themselves. Much of their own misery is self-inflicted.
Extremism. I shoplift to get poor people some food and clothes.
No. Also a lie.
Really? Right-wing extreme. When has there ever been an instance that you could think of a right-wing guy going into school and shooting transgender people specifically, or going after one specific group? All right,
doesn't happen.
Whereas on
doesn't
the left,
happen.
You literally have violence all the time, and holy irony.
Yeah, there's a lot of left-wing violence in this country, and we really need to start having a conversation about that. We really need to start talking, and a lot of people are talking about how, gosh, sure are a lot of transgendered shooters in the past few years. Gosh, there sure are a lot of left-wing extremists that are committing acts of violence. Maybe we should do something about that.
Batman, this happened today. This literally happened today. So, of course, CNN decides to turn this into a super politicized issue about how we need stricter gun laws, and we shouldn't be giving guns out to people like rifles. Now, the craziest part is, and like, dude, I don't even know what to say. It's like, it's so sad. This all of a sudden becomes an agenda war where everyone needs to push some shit immediately.
Because that's how all these people operate. And you have to learn their tactics, and you've got to learn to use them against them. As Saul Alinsky once said, make them live up to their own standards. Do as they do. Pick a target, freeze it, polarize it, personalize it. Make them live up to their own standards. use the panopticons that they have built as weapons against them. Disarm and infuriate with the mirror effect. You have to learn to use their own tactics against them. Because that is how you win. Because ultimately, in the end, in this whole grand game of chess that's going on, that's all that matters, is winning.
The fucking brutality of it all is that they, with false information, push the idea of starting to ban guns instead of, you know, not letting mentally ill freaks have weapons. It's more about the weapons.
A semi-automatic rifle, and it went on for several minutes.
Right, and look, that's not uncommon as well. These things can shoot dozens of bullets, you know, in just one trigger pull, right?
What the Fricklesworth, brother?
That's not how any of that works. Those types of automatic weapons are not available for public purchase. Those are available to the military and to law enforcement, but mostly just to the military. This, whoever the fuck this is, he has no idea what he's talking about. That is how it's like if you're going to argue for gun confiscation, for the forcible disarming of a population, at least get good at it. At least sound like you know what you're talking about. Because anyone with half a brain is just like, yeah, you're full of shit, dude. Fuck off.
A semi-automatic rifle that could shoot hundreds of bullets in one finger press?
That's not the definition of semi-automatic. That's not how that works. Anyone who knows anything about guns knows that is not how it works. But they're counting on people's ignorance. And yet invariably someone's going to pop out of the woodwork to say, actually, that's not how that works. And this dude up here is a fucking idiot. Not you, Nux, you're fine. You're a good man.
You're thinking of an automatic rifle, which is illegal. Oh,
yes, exactly. That would be an automatic weapon. Those are illegal. Those are not available in America for citizens to own.
God! These people are like actual fucking retards.
Yes.
Dude, what are we even doing?
This is fake and gay and retarded, what we are watching and seeing here. This is fake and gay and retarded.
Oh my god. Like, this is just wrong. It's just misinformation. Unbelievably stupid comments for CNN discussing a Minneapolis school shooting. Semi-automatic rifles can shoot dozens of bullets in one trigger pull.
No.
Literally no. Like, why do we even call these people the news? Like, why are they the news? Like, the actual joke. I don't...
Why are they? Just put the question mark right there. Why are CNN? Why are MSNBC? Just why? Please, go away, get off the air. You're not needed, you're not wanted. You're not really serving any sort of purpose, hardly anyone's watching you. Go away. Just pack it in, turn off the transmitter. Sweep out the studio. Leave the key under the mat when you leave.
I don't know if this is malicious or it's just stupid, but it's to push an agenda.
Right? And
Maybe
so
both.
What happens in this case
There they
is
go.
sometimes they have enough
So
time to...
come back to me here. Yes, Josh, you know, because you've used actual weapons of war, and
So is everybody here.
yeah, well, you know, you've used actual with a select.
You
fire.
actually, yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, it's called an automatic weapon.
Right.
Well, you can one trigger pull can release, I suppose, dozens.
Yeah.
Some weapons, hundreds of rounds. I don't recommend it because you'll melt your barrel.
Right.
Yeah, that also generates a lot of heat, melts down your barrel. Bad for accuracy, too. Kind of hard to shoot that many bullets in rapid succession and actually hit a target that you're aiming at. Because there's this little thing called recoil. Which is why in most instances, a lot of people prefer to use those weapons in single fire or short burst mode.
But yeah, I'm just a little dumbfounded. I guess I was still thinking about
Because it's a whole ass other gun.
Romeo and Juliet, but
I still don't know if it's a romantic song.
I got the wrong song is what happened, and I felt like an idiot. But no, she just said the word semi-automatic rifle or semi-automatic weapon, and then he came back with one trigger. But millions of people are going to see that.
Yeah.
And go, that's the weapon? And then these people...
These are legal? You can buy weapons at one finger pull?
across the world,
Yeah,
and go, this is what
no,
America
you
is.
can't.
America allows you to pull one trigger and get dozens of rounds off.
Right. It's two idiots in a room. So just to be clear, it's not, you can't even do the Jesse Ventura, I'm just asking questions, tough guy. No.
No, they're not even asking questions. They're just trying to push an agenda. And they're not doing a very good job of it either.
You're not just asking questions. She makes a statement, a definitive statement. He undergirds it with a blatant factual inaccuracy. And I don't see her calling.
We tend to refer to those as lies, Stephen. Let's just call it what it is. It's a fucking lie.
Him on it. Can we play it again? Let's extend it just a little bit to see if she does her job, right? And this is not new to her. She's talked about covering other mass shootings and also perpetuates the lie that they're happening far more often than ever in the past. That's not true either. They happen only in the United States. That's not true either. So she should be familiar with.
But it's all propaganda. It's literally all propaganda. One lie can echo so far. Could echo to the point that hundreds of thousands of millions of people hear the lie and believe the lie. Because why would you fact check the news, right?
The term semi-automatic.
Yeah, it's the news. Surely they wouldn't lie to us. They can't put anything on the news that's not true.
If you go to any gun range, any store in this country, every single person can tell you what that is. So she makes a statement. He makes another statement that's factually incorrect. Her job would be to say, well, of course, and as someone who has a lot of experience in covering these, that's not accurate.
That's what you
Let's
think.
see if she does her job. Let's play it again from the same starting point. I want to
Unless, of course, there's an agenda.
extend it a little bit.
Seemed like a rifle, he said, a semi-automatic rifle, and it went on for several minutes.
Right, and look, that's not uncommon as well. These things can shoot dozens of
It is
bullets,
uncommon, actually.
in just one trigger pull, right? And so what happens in this case is sometimes they have enough time to reload. It's one of the most horrific things for students.
That's all I've got.
Okay.
All what he said was wrong. Guns don't shoot.
Right.
True. People shoot.
They fire.
Yes.
Whatever.
Person shoots.
The person shoots, right?
Automatic one.
The
Let me
person
explain
is
to you.
the
and
shooter.
here's-
Sorry,
No, go ahead. Go.
I was going to say, do you think that she does know what a semi-automatic rifle is?
No.
Because she's reading
She
it.
would have to know if she's any good at her job because she's covered other mass shootings.
I bet
She's not very good at her job, though.
It's a very, very basic.
Right after the recording, the mayor decided to say this.
And I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community. Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity.
Oh, that's real rich coming from you, Jacob. After you were lambasting everyone about how they shouldn't be sending the thoughts and prayers. But oh no, we shouldn't be villainizing the trans community. Well, nobody's villainizing the trans community. That's number one. But number two, we're having ourselves some very serious conversations, and in the words of Jesse Ventura, we're just asking questions, bruv. We're asking some hard questions of, you know what? There seems to be a pretty serious mental health crisis going on within the trans community that's causing a lot of transgendered people to pick up weapons and start killing people en masse. These people have got some problems. And if we're not careful, more incidents like this are going to happen. So we are trying to have that conversation and ask those hard questions so that we can prevent things like this from happening again. And yes, some things that are on the table at this point is maybe this whole transgender movement thing was a mistake. Maybe we need to dial it back a bit. Maybe this whole LGBT thing, emphasis on the T portion, has gotten a bit out of hand. To where we need to start dialing some things back. Because we've got some weirdos and some crazies out there that have murderous intent. And maybe we need to start having a good, long, hard look at those individuals that are raising those red flags. So that we can prevent what happened at Annunciation Catholic School from happening anywhere else. Maybe we need to stop enabling so many people and just say, no, you're a fucking nutter and you need help. Maybe we need to make insane asylums great again. Maybe we need to start opening more of those up and putting more people in there. Because right now you've got a lot of weirdos and crazies out there roaming the streets and walking around in everyday life. And it's just a matter of time before they turn violent. And more people get hurt. And of course, not all, but too many. That's the conversation we need to be having right now.
We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place
You first.
of love for our kids.
Anyway,
Again,
obviously
you first.
You have a nice, cool debate over here on whether it's an honest mistake or it's not. I am inclined to say that guy made a mistake. She knew, she didn't correct him on it because it's just free propaganda at that point. Why correct anyone on it?
Of course.
So again, you get a whole mix of people. You get a whole fucking mix of people. You get your Brian Krasensteins, right? Your far leftists being like prayer is the problem. This is literally in response to the shooting, by the way.
No, prayer is not the problem. Prayer deficit. That's the problem. We need to have more people falling to their knees in prayer. We don't have enough prayer going on in this world. We don't have enough people turning to God.
This is his response to the shooting. To make this clear, okay? This is not like an old tweet. This is his response. I'll even show it to you. Brian Krasenstein. He follows me? Ah, fuck. Not for long. Okay. He literally does. He says an active... Libs at TikTok says, active shooter situation been reported and whatever. And he says prayer becomes the problem. What the fuck? Oh my god. This is brutal. Epstein files. Epstein files. Dude, these people are actual psychopaths. Like, actual fucking psychopaths. So you get your far leftists blaming the Catholics, the children that were murdered. You get your other far leftists that are actually inciting violence in America constantly. You get...
You might like Senator Adam Schiff. No, he really would not.
pushing drugs on children that literally fucks them up. You get your average white libtard mom that's out there to sign their kid's life off for no reason because they have to be all woke and progressive with the girlfriends. And realistically, this is just another example of like radical-esque fucking violence. You have a mentally unstable person with an onslaught of guns.
That many followers, and he only has 3
Donald Trump onto the
subscriptions.
internet with 0 repercussions. Actual no repercussions, dude. Why not? Why was there not repercussions to an actual call to violence to kill people? I don't know. Let's ask everyone's favorite journalist. All right, let's ask everyone's favorite journalist, Taylor Lorenz. Maybe Taylor Lorenz has something to say. Taylor Lorenz. What do you have to say? You're a journalist. You work for the fucking Wall Street Journal, right? What do you have to say? Oh,
Does she
you have an
really?
entire video
That
saying
says more
someone
worse
needs to
things
do
about the
it
Wall
regarding
Street
killing
Journal
Donald
than
Trump,
anything
which is literally
else.
Still on YouTube with over 1 million views. That was not taken down, probably not even investigated. Like, come on, dude. What are we fucking doing? All right, let's see the actual update. Let's see the news on this. Here we go.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. Their families that have a deceased
Bro, will you
child.
listen to yourself? You sound like some fucking community theater reject. Like, who the fuck do you think you're fooling?
You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation.
He's right.
We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering
they could have been
immense
your
pain
children.
right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying.
That's such a fucking bad line.
Fuck off.
That is such a bad line.
Literally
I don't even know what he
fuck
was, like,
all
doing
the
with
way
it.
off with that
Not
shit.
about thoughts and prayers. What's it about? What, reject traditionalism, embrace wokeism? Like, is that kind of the message here? Like, embrace the ideology that killed these people? Like this was a pre-planned, very premeditated, radical left nutcase that went to kill Christian children because Trump is bad. Are you putting it together yet, sir?
Yeah.
Are you putting it together?
I mean, that sums it up perfectly. He was absolutely mad, so he thought he was going to shoot up a school full of children because Orange Man bad. This is what we're fucking dealing with. I mean, this fucking arsehole here wants to start talking about, oh, we shouldn't be talking about sending thoughts and prayers. Fuck you. Fuck all the way off with that shit.
Are you putting together that this is the agenda? Like, it's so fucking horrible to watch these people out there sniveling around, you know? Like, yeah, put our arms around them. Absolutely, that's super important. 100%. My hearts are going out to the victims and the victims' families and everyone involved. It's like, it's a real modern tragedy. But like, we don't want this to happen anymore, right? We don't want this to happen again. Something went wrong here.
It was the first week of school.
Yes.
They were
Something went horribly wrong here. Something went horribly wrong with society, as we've been talking about. But we don't want to have those serious discussions, apparently. We don't want to have those serious discussions. Or at least some circles don't. Some people would prefer that we didn't. But at some point, people are going to start talking. And many people already are.
These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
True.
These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry.
It really is so horrible.
To the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them, love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody.
It is just horrible. It's just absolutely horrible. I mean, I don't know what how the police chief speaks. All right.
The families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it does. Yeah, we really have
On
to
that
stop
part, we
pushing
can
these
agree.
radical fucks. Huh? We really have to stop pushing fucking dangerous propaganda, don't we? It's kind of dangerous or something.
The chief will provide additional details.
So sad, dude.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis police chief. Earlier today...
Some of you might be wondering, why did he spell out his name? That's mostly for the television and radio crew, and for people at the local newspaper that are covering this story to make sure that they've got the people that they're quoting, that they spell their name properly. That's mostly for their benefit than anything else.
Just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside.
I think a lot of us have seen this stuff already, but anyways. I think we'll move on to something a little bit different. There's the video there in chat in case anybody wants to go watch it on Nuxano's channel. Give Nuxtaku a follow and a like. It's good stuff. Let's see. Got a thing here from Asmongold about situation that's going on in the United Kingdom. Some of you may have seen the video and the photograph of a young girl brandishing a sword and an axe to defend herself and I think either a friend or a younger sister against sexual perverts that are running around in the form of migrants. And yeah, the girl's been arrested because God forbid you should actually defend yourself or defend the people that you love. UK's government has made it very clear that their own population is to be groomed and raped and violently murdered and basically wiped out and replaced with a more compliant underclass. Or at least one that they think they can keep in check. Which is all of these migrants and people coming from God only knows where. And they basically just want to replace the native population. So anyways, Britain needs mass deportations.
I think that he's right. I do think that mass deportations are coming. I think that he's right. I do think that we are on the track for mass deportations. I don't even think it's going to take that long either.
Things are heating up in Britain, and honestly, I think that it's going to come to a head at some point when someone on the other side does something terrible. Because I think that's really where this is going. I mean, as you can see, the flag campaign is still going very strong. It's being called contentious.
Those of you who don't know, there's a thing called Raise the Colours that's going on in England. where people are raising the flag of England, the flag of St. George, and it is infuriating leftists and people in the urbanite upper classes. They're trying to cast this as some sort of flag of racism and right-wing extremism when it's nothing of the sort. It's people expressing patriotic pride in the nation. People just basically saying, look, this is our country. It doesn't belong to these migrants and these invaders that are coming over. Britain belongs to the Britons. Britain belongs to the British. England belongs to the English. Scotland for the Scottish. And they're trying to make that into something controversial when nothing could be further from the truth. There's nothing controversial about that. England is for the English. Scotland is for the Scottish. Wales is for the Welsh. Ireland for the Irish. And they are raising up the flags in public places. Even painting them on zebra crossings and in other places. And you've got town councils and just all the usual fourth columnists and enemies within that are falling all over themselves, spending all this money and rapidly responding to try and whitewash and get rid of these displays of the St. George's flag. Meanwhile, people can't get their rubbish picked up on trash day. And other services they're sometimes waiting days, weeks, even months for. But oh my God, we will pop right round and arrest young girls for trying to defend themselves against nonces and rapists. And oh my gosh, we're going to tear down St. George's flags and arrest people that are trying to put them up. Plenty of resources for that. But oh no, sorry, no resources to fight the stabbists in London, or the bike thieves, or the people stealing cell phones from other people, or fighting against pickpockets and bag thieves. No, sorry, cupboards are bare. Don't have any resources for that. You're on your own. Not going to do anything about petty crimes and shoplifters. No, just let the shoplifters go into Tesco and let them take whatever they want. Police aren't going to do a damn thing about that. But by God, if a Tesco employee tries to stop a shoplifter from leaving, that Tesco employee is going to get arrested. This is the absolute state of Britain right now. And makes me very grateful that I live in exile here in America, where I can at least talk about these things and not worry about getting a knock on the door from police wanting to talk to me about how I've committed some sort of non-crime hate incident. Just because I dare to notice that things are pretty fucked up in Britannia right now.
By the mayor of Manchester, Greater Manchester.
What a surprise.
Which is great. And then, of course, we had this video of the two sisters going around. The one
we saw this yesterday
with the knife and the axe being Skyrim. The younger one who the older sister is trying to protect from an immigrant who is filming and harassing her. Now,
yeah, and apparently there's reports coming out that particular immigrant is Not from North Africa, not from the Middle East, not from India. Turns out they're a gypsy from, I guess, Bulgaria or someplace like that. I don't know. Got a strange name. I think the middle name is Ali. So possibly some sort of Middle Eastern connection, but from what we're hearing, no, they're Roma gypsy. Which is still just as bad because that sort of human trafficking goes on in the gypsy community all the time.
Basil here is right to point out, you hear the fear in their voices.
Well, I love and the thing is, what I found to be so funny about this is that the cops tried to turn this into the girls were harassing the immigrant. Now, I don't know about you, but if somebody yells at me and tells me to leave and they pull out an axe and a knife, I'm going to turn around and leave.
Yeah, most of us normal people would. We're not going to whip out our mobiles and start filming. We're just going to get the fuck out. We are going to fuck off. Someone brandishes an axe and a large knife. We are going to fuck off fairly quickly. Especially if we're not carrying anything like that in response. If we're not say, equipped with a sidearm of some kind, then we might not fuck off. But most people, especially in that part of Britain, again, you're talking strict gun control. Most people do not have firearms. Normal people are they're just going to fuck off. But this particular nonce whipped out his mobile and started filming because he knew damn well that the law was going to be on his side and was going to protect him. Because he knew how the system works.
Like that's so. Why is he even there? Doesn't that sound interesting? Like, yeah, wouldn't you just immediately get the fuck out of there?
By the way, major props to Asman for, sort of setting up the camera just so. They probably didn't mean to do that, but there's just enough room here to where I don't have to move my model. And I can looks like I'm sitting right next to Asman. Pretty cool.
Quickly, too. Yeah, exactly. But instead he's harassing them and filming them? Yeah, I wonder why.
I'm not sure how exactly to put this, but this is evidently not the first time that this has happened to these girls.
Probably not.
They didn't choose one day to go out.
If you've got one girl in particular brandishing an axe and a large knife, a large blade, chances are these things have happened a lot of times, and these girls are fucking terrified. And you can tell she's terrified. But she's also a brave young thing for standing up like that. I don't give a fuck what the police say. She's done nothing wrong, and she didn't deserve to get arrested. And as Basil the Great is saying here, it is enough to make you sick. Because this is the sort of occupied, degenerate, fallen society that Britain has become. And I hate it. I hate that this is what my country has become. The land of my ancestors. I mean, it's a tired old trope and it's almost become cringe these days, but this is not what the older generations fought in the war for. This is not what they fought against the Nazis. They did not fight against the Nazis just to have this sort of behavior. Just to have these sorts of policies and this absolutely sickening treatment of young girls. I mean, it's enough for a lot of them to just say, we fought on the wrong side. If this is what it has come to after all this time, it's like they fought for nothing. I'm freezing right now. I'm wearing a heated blanket. Why is my body a walking winter? This is why I sleep with 17 blankets on my bed anyways. Moving to Texas, end of discussion. I mean, it might not be much better in Texas. Though the winters are certainly milder by comparison.
Armed and then happened to coincidentally bump into a migrant who was
Yeah. Oh, she's harassing him. Then why are you walking towards her?
Yeah. Why are you walking towards her, mate?
Why would you be walking towards a person with a knife and an axe if all you wanted to do is to have them leave you alone? Really, like, I mean, imagine, like, think about the level of cognitive dissonance that you have to have in order to believe the police whenever they are actively trying to lie to you. It's unreal. And Reddit was even going, well, it's obvious Reddit was going along with this.
Of course.
Streets.
Because that's what Redditors do.
This happened before. God only knows what's happened to them before, which is why they felt the need to arm themselves. So I'm not surprised that they sound terrified, frankly.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And yes, she was, of course, arrested for brandishing dangerous weapons. But, of course, the migrants are just fed to the wolves, as Charmaine.
Call me Shadi. This 14-year-old girl was arrested in Dundee, Scotland for protecting herself and her friend from a migrant who wanted to assault them. Read that again. She was the one arrested because she protected herself against an assailant. In Scotland, you have some serious house cleaning to do. You either allow innocent girls to be fed to the wolves and forced to defend themselves against migrant rapists, or you, the men of Scotland, stand up and say enough is enough and take your country back.
Here points out, and this was in Scotland as well. This wasn't even in England, but this is just the reality of being.
I guess they have to ban axes, guys. The only solution to this is ban axes. We have an axe violence problem in Britain or Scotland, and so we have to get rid of all axes. And
yeah, they're already doing knife control. They've already got strict gun control laws in Britain. They're already doing knife control. Axe control is next. Because God forbid we actually do anything about the problem of fighting-age men from foreign countries coming in, occupying whole swaths of the countryside, and crowding out the native population in the capital city of London. God forbid we should do anything about that. No, let's just make them the new replacement underclass. And let's wipe out the native white population. Because we don't like them anymore. Because it's now acceptable to be racist towards white people. Let's just genocide all of them out of existence, and we'll replace it with a brown underclass. Surely that'll fix everything.
And then this issue should go away.
Britain, and in fact, Europe more broadly, but I'll cover that again tomorrow on the podcast. The authorities are here to make sure you are under control. They don't really see the new arrivals as being under their legitimate authority. They've got their own customs, they've got their own ways.
Yeah.
They have a different way of looking at the world, and you are a racist. So you are the one who's policed, because you, it is expected, will cooperate with the police. And this really does just hammer home the point, doesn't it?
When daughters need to arm themselves against new arrivals on the streets, how much longer can liberals pretend multiculturalism is working? That's just it, it's not. Multiculturalism is a complete and total abject failure. And it was designed to be a failure from the beginning. It was never going to work. And I think it's time we stop lying to ourselves about it working. I think I need 3 more blankets. That's why I learned to defend myself when I did wrestling in high school. Yeah. Whatever it takes. It's also like that old saying goes, God made Adam and Eve, but Samuel Colt made them equal. I am all for women learning how to use firearms for their own personal protection. Believe me, if the young women of England and Scotland and Wales, if more of them were able to, had the training on how to safely use a firearm, the entire country would be a much safer place. I know that's not a popular viewpoint in the UK, but it's true. And you want to know how I know? Because it is a truism here in America. In places where you have a greater proliferation of firearms ownership, those places tend to be generally safer. It defies the so-called conventional urban monoculture and left-wing liberal logic, whatever that may be. But it's true. People thought when Texas passed open carry that the whole entire state was just going to be a combination of Dodge City and daily gunfights at the OK Corral. Nothing could be further from the truth. Life went on as normal, and if anything, certain parts of Texas became safer. Because law-abiding citizens had easier access to firearms. But that doesn't fit certain narratives, so that doesn't get talked about.
It's insane.
When daughters need to arm themselves against new arrivals on the streets, how much longer can liberals pretend multiculturalism is working? And moreover...
It's not even multiculturalism. Like, I mean, again, there's plenty of people that probably live there that are from different cultures that aren't going...
But it is multiculturalism. It's a forced experiment in multiculturalism that has completely and totally failed. The British government, in its infinite wisdom, decided to bring in a bunch of savages from third world shitholes in the belief of some sort of magic dirt theory that once they got here, they would just magically become civilized doctors, lawyers, accountants, and engineers. And that hasn't happened. Most, if not all, of these migrants have been complete leeches and net drains on the entire system. It hasn't worked. And so we need mass deportations.
Around harassing girls like this. That's the problem. And I think this is what's happening, is that basically any sort of logical, rational discussion around, hey, maybe it's not a good idea to import a bunch of these people from this other country that speak another language, come from a totally different culture, and we're not really vetting them properly. Any sort of conversation in that direction was totally shut down as racism. It was totally shut down as racism, and nobody wanted to hear it. And I think the result of that is that now you have people that are reacting in the opposite way. They're saying any multiculturalism is bad. We don't want any of these people here because, again, when you make reasonable conversation impossible, you make unreasonable conversation inevitable. And that's what's happened here, is that they have shut down any sort of reasonable or measured approach to dealing with this problem. And because of that, you have situations like this girl with the knife.
Is there a limit to the number of children
that's what's happening
to sacrifice to their ideals? And the answer to that, you and I both know, is that no, there is no limit. There is literally no limit to the number of dead or raped children that the Liberal will say, you know what, maybe I was wrong about this. Maybe actually
they'll never admit they were wrong.
Well, the reason why is
they'll never admit they're wrong. So you just have to overthrow them. You just have to remove them from power by any means necessary. They're not going to go willingly. You're not going to be able to vote your way out of this. Only an overthrow is going to solve this problem at this point. That's what it's come to. There is no democratic solution to any of this. It is going to take sweeping, broad emergency powers, and it is going to take strong men getting into power by any means necessary to try and right the ship. Because otherwise the entire bloody thing is going to collapse. And the globalists are hoping that they can collapse it into some sort of one world government. I don't see how they're going to do that, because the systems aren't in place. At least not that we can tell, anyway. Or maybe they don't even want that. Maybe they just want the civil unrest. Maybe they really do just want to rule over a rubble pile that was once Great Britain. I don't even know anymore.
It's because they don't care about the kids. They care about pushing forward ideas that make them feel good.
Yeah.
There's the idea that there's like a good intention behind this is a lie.
No, there's always a wicked intent.
It's a very clear intentional behavior. It's again pathological performative narcissism. So I'm gonna just read this person's comments. Not giving this guy a presumption of innocence is complete racism. This guy and his wife are leaving a store and a group of girls targeted him with weapons. Why would you follow a 12-year-old girl that tells you to leave her alone with knives and axes? Would you do that? He was filming the weapons for evidence. Why was he getting so close?
Also, he doesn't deserve a presumption of innocence. That's something we reserve for our people, for natives to our tribe, for people that we know, not for strangers. Strangers, you naturally look at them with suspicion until you can assess whether they are friend or foe. This is the sort of thing that people talk about when they refer to suicidal empathy. This tying yourself in knots and bending over backwards for complete and total strangers. And what's that gotten Britain? What's that gotten us lately? It's gotten us this. It's gotten us young preteen girls having to walk around with large knives and axes to defend themselves against third world nonces that are trying to kidnap them and take advantage of them sexually and abuse them, kidnap and traffic them, maybe even kill them. That's what your suicidal empathy has gotten you, Joe Gunn. That's the end result right there. Don't talk to me about fucking racism. Everyone's racist. Every single fucking person on this whole goddamn planet is racist to one degree or another. It's something that's inbuilt to all of us. It's instinctual. You have a tribe and a people that you are supposed to be loyal to. You are not some fucking world citizen, some sort of atomized individual that's part of some one world system. No. You are a person. You have a family. You have a clan. You have a race. You also have a land that you're tied to. And just because you've been forced to forget about all of that doesn't make any of it true, any of it less true. Just because you've been forced to forget about it doesn't make it any less true. It's like that Avenue Q song. Everyone's a little bit racist sometimes. Doesn't mean we go around committing hate crimes. Everyone has in-group preference. Every other race and ethnicity in the world has an in-group preference. And yet somehow, it's only a problem when white Europeans exercise that in-group preference. Suddenly, then it becomes a problem. Well, I'm done with people having a problem with it. I don't care if they have a problem with it. I'm going to exercise in-group preference for my people, because they are my people. You have a problem with it? Fuck off. I don't care anymore. It's not racist to have preferences like that. It's natural. It is the natural order of things. And I refuse to buy into the whole narrative that somehow I should hate myself because of my race, because of my skin color, because of my gender, because of my sexual orientation. I reject all of that. You say I should hate myself. I actively defy you and choose to love myself, to love my people. I will do it even if only to spite you, because I know it infuriates you so much. Because if nothing else, it's the one thing that you can't control in this world. And I know that must absolutely drive you mad. And I love driving you mad about that.
Close to them. Why were they walking away from him? Did you see the footage of them harassing and attacking this guy whenever he walked out of the store? Why do you think she had the weapons in the first place? The police reviewed all the CCNet and found that they approached him. Did you see it? Did you see the camera?
No, he didn't.
I trust the police in Scotland.
Your trust is misplaced.
Hasn't there been provable, verifiable evidence that they intentionally misreport the amount of rapes and violent crime that migrants do? I mean,
yes. They've been playing fast and loose with the numbers for years, under the guise of not wanting to inflame racial tensions. Racial tensions which they themselves created by bringing all of these people into Britain and into other Western European countries. Now they're even trying to do it in Japan. Because, hey, it's not enough that the white European is made to destroy themselves. Now we've got to do it with the Southeast Asians. Because apparently they've had it too good for too long.
Hear this all the time in the UK. I'm sure it's also true in Scotland too. Why would you trust them after they've been proven to lie about this topic in the past? Police to stop passing immigration status on crime victims, dealing with potential criminality, migrant walks free, news releases and statements. Let's see if we can find any more of these here. Prosecuting them as well. So why would you trust the police? This is very clearly a very large issue.
That's just it. If anything, this has shown that you can't trust the police. And I'll go ahead and say this now. I'm not endorsing this for obvious reasons and for legal reasons, but it is just a matter of time before violent clashes between the native British population, between the native population in England and Scotland, and the police. It's just a matter of time before we see violent clashes between the native population and the police. Again, for obvious and legal reasons, I don't endorse any of that. But given the direction things are going, it's inevitable. We will see it. We will see violent clashes with police. And who knows, we may actually see a police force that is totally overwhelmed and not able to stop the native population. During which case you might see troops being brought in to try and restore order. You may actually see the British Army firing upon civilians. I would not put it past the British government. If they can't do it with the police, they will send in the military. And they will order troops to fire upon civilians. I don't endorse any of that. For obvious reasons and for legal reasons. But I believe that is exactly where this is headed. The protests against the migrant hotels are peaceful for now. But if this keeps up, it's not going to stay peaceful. You will start seeing more and more violent protests. Because nobody's listening to the native population anymore. These girls, they're viewed as lower class. Especially by the upper class and urbanite populations. These girls are seen as trash. They're seen as deserving of their fate. They're seen as a bunch of miscreants and troublemakers who get what they fucking deserve. That's how the upper crust of British society views these poor girls. That is one thing I am so grateful to have gone native in terms of being in exile in America for so long, because I don't see them, I don't see these girls as being of a lower class than me. Mainly because I too come from a working class background. But I see countrymen first. Social class is way down there in terms of priorities for me. I see them as people first. We can talk about their social class later. The same can't be said for the upper crust of British society. And that is to their eternal shame. Action Bastard, hello, hello. Long time no see indeed. Back from the road. Good to see you. How you been? Ah, this story, yeah. Only a matter of time. Honestly, the fact it's happening now as opposed to 10 years ago. These things take time. These things take time, but it's slowly but surely bubbling up to the surface. And again, it is just a matter of time before violent clashes between the people and the police and eventually the military. I should hope that we've got some good blokes in the military that will disobey orders and will lower their weapons and say, no, we're not firing on civilians. We're not going to do that. And that's when you're really going to have some social unrest. When the troops on the ground refuse to follow orders, and who knows, even end up joining the people in their protest, because let's face it, a lot of those blokes come from the same sort of working class background. Yeah, then you're going to have some real problems. I'd be exhausted, really long day today. I can imagine. But hey, it's the weekend. There's a 3-day weekend at that.
Why didn't they publish the data? Why didn't they show it happening? They could have blurred out the individuals and the women that were doing it. And so don't say it's for their safety or privacy, because it's a literal video of them right there.
No, it's inconvenient to the narrative.
Publicly. You're actually going to trust the government after these girls are intentionally trying to actively run away and walk away from this person. And also, by the way, let's use a little bit more logic here. If he was filming them for evidence that they had weapons, but he was coming out of a place that had a TV, then why would he film them if they were just being filmed inside of there with the TV for surveillance?
I think he's referring to CCTV. 2.5 for me because I'm off Monday, but I work Sunday. Hey, better than nothing, though. A little more extra than what you would have in a normal weekend, yeah?
I mean, how many levels of lies do you have to exist in before you just acknowledge the obvious truth? Yeah, for his protection. You can literally hear their fear. They scream, "Stay away." Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Like, so these girls, like, you actually, it's illogic. Yeah, there's no logic in any of this. That's the huge problem here. Have you seen how bad CCTV cameras are? Well, okay, so if you've seen how bad the CCTV cameras are, then how are the police able to come to this conclusion? I don't understand the thinking of any of these people. And I think the reason why is because there isn't any.
No, that isn't. It's just reactionary, swerving from one crisis to the next. Desperately trying to keep a lid on this. Because they fear having race riots on the streets of Dundee, or Manchester, or Birmingham, or London. That's what they fear. They fear that the communities that are built up around these migrants will take to the streets and be violent. And they're some of the first people that would be violent. Which would further invalidate the whole argument and philosophy for bringing those people here in the first place. They should never have been brought to Britain in the first place. They should have been turned right round at the airport and on the coast and just say, no, you have to go back. Don't care what sort of sub-story you have. We've got our own problems here. We're full up. You have to go back. And it's what needs to be said right now. It's what more people are saying right now. You finally, at long last, have people like Rupert Lowe saying we need mass deportations. That we need to not only be looking at deporting anyone who is in Britain illegally, but we also need to start looking at the people who have arrived over the past few years and saying, you have to go back. We're full up. There's no room for you here. You're not contributing. Get out. As there's also past precedent for it. Oh yes, it's been done plenty of times, and it can be done again. It just takes the political will to do it. And right now, that political will in large part does not exist with a lot of MPs. And certainly doesn't exist within the halls of the civil service in Whitehall.
There isn't any thinking. You're just simply deferring to authority like a retard. Maybe he knew they wouldn't actually do anything. Well, that's exactly why he was pursuing them. Oh, I'm not going to... This is your... not always obvious for people with CCTV, is it? Yeah, of course, it's not always obvious, yeah. So the thing that they're not showing anybody actually showed that these two 12-year-old girls that are running away from a migrant, exasperated, trying to defend themselves with weapons,
right thing,
actually somehow they were the ones that antagonized him, and it's in fact the police that told you that have not released any evidence of it. Nobody has gotten in charge. Also, by the way, then if they're harassing this man, why wasn't the other girl why didn't she get in trouble too? So if only the girl that got arrested was for the weapons, isn't harassing people in public and attacking them, isn't this something that is against the law? So why didn't why didn't the other one get arrested?
It's supposed to be.
Just, there's no logic with this. I can't imagine how many layers of stupidity you have to go through to actually believe such an obvious lie. You also don't have any evidence. Why can't you give any benefit of the doubt here? Because I'm looking at it.
Because benefit of the doubt in this case is tantamount to suicidal empathy. That's not what you're not asking for the benefit of the doubt. You're asking for people to exercise suicidal empathy. You are saying to people, let your defenses down so that we can destroy you. No, we're not going to do that. It is not in our best interest to do so.
No, I'm not going to defer to some vague, fucking, opaque government organization that has systematically, in Europe, this has systematically happened all over Europe, that they have intentionally tried to obfuscate migrant crime. This is undeniable that this has happened. For you to assume that
all of Europe has engaged in a failed experiment with magic dirt theory, thinking that if we take savages from shithole countries and put them in civilized European countries, that they will somehow magically become civilized and turn into doctors, lawyers, accountants, and engineers. And it hasn't happened. And it's never going to happen. Because there was no logic there. It was all flawed from the beginning. Meanwhile, Poland has been doing everything possible to keep their borders safe. Yeah, Poland and Hungary. Hungary, in particular, has put up, I think, a fence. They actually have a proper border wall. And Poland has looked at everyone else and rejected the EU's demand that they take in more migrants. Like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And what do you know? Everything's safe. Everything's clean. Everything's orderly. Everything fucking functions. The trains actually get somewhere on time. Oh, you should see Poland's border wall. You got a picture of that? Actually, you know what? Let's look it up. Poland border wall. Let's see if we can find something in Google Images. Oh, hey! Fuck yeah! That's some good looking stuff there. Oh, there's a proper wall. 186 kilometer. Shared with Belarus. You'd think Belarus would be a bit better about that sort of thing. Oh, that's not bad. That's impressive. Yeah, Belarus, get your shit together. Nice. Oh no, migrants with children stuck at Poland's border wall. Belarus won't let them turn back. Oh no. Anyway. Not their fucking problem. I don't want to fucking hear about beatings and dog bites and barbed wire. I don't want to fucking hear about it. If you're not in a country legally, get the fuck out. I would say that about Poland, I'd say it about Belarus, I'd say it about Britain, I'd say it about the United States, I'd say it about anywhere. If you're in a country illegally, you're breaking the law. Simple as. And you either get right with the law and get in the proper way, or get the fuck out. Yeah, not our country, not our problem. And Poland has said the same thing. Oh, Belarus won't take us back. It's not a fucking problem, mate. You made your bed. Now lie in it. Yeah. That's a fucking cool looking wall. That looks like a girl there off in the distance. And she looks like she has a very nice bottom. Anyway. Back to the video.
12 and 14-year-old girls were actually the aggressor against a random migrant as they are walking away from him, exasperated, trying to say, "Stay away from me," as he is following them. And you want to listen to the police. Whenever they say, "Oh no, they were the ones making him mad," you are out of your fucking mind. You have completely lost the plot.
Maybe actually, people from different places on the earth are actually different and actually not compatible. They will never...
By the way, action. I do have to give you some major props here. It's thanks to you I started listening to Podcast Lotus Eaters and started watching Sargon videos again. I'd kind of written him off after he just behaved like a complete blithering idiot when he was running for office. Yeah, he's actually demonstrated growth, and he has changed, and he has actually matured into a right intelligent bloke. And Podcast Lotus Eaters has actually become one of my absolute must-listen-to podcasts, especially to get proper news about what's going on in the old homeland. So, yeah, thank you for turning me back on to old Sargon here. Mr. Carl Benjamin. He's, he's really upped his game, and he's grown, and he's changed in good ways. And, you know, for those of you who sort of cringe at the idea of taking anything that Sargon of Akkad says seriously, I would say, like I've said before, give him another chance, because the Sargon of Akkad of today is not the same as the Sargon of 5-10 years ago. We are dealing with a very different person, very changed man, and very much the product of a very changed Britain. And if you haven't, do subscribe to Podcast The Lotus Eaters. It is a very, very good podcast to listen to. Watch it online. They've also got merch, and they've also got a really good magazine they put out on, I think it's like a quarterly basis, something called Islander magazine. That's supposed to be really good, and they've actually become a bit of a collector's item. But, yeah, no, it's good stuff.
Ever back down from this, you know. But you see this kind of mythologizing of this young lady going around, and this is lovely.
Does need to work on
and it is nice that
getting
our
a sharper
American
camera
friends are doing
angle.
this. But it is a damning indictment of what is happening in this country.
Yeah.
And the AI art makes her look honestly braver than she was. It's not that she's not brave.
Yeah, no, that poor girl was absolutely petrified when she was brandishing that blade and that axe. But standing up and doing the right thing is oftentimes quite scary, quite frightening. And so it's kind of normal to be nervous, to be scared when you do that. But in the end, what we now have is a part of mythos, and it has become a meme in the very best sense. To where now, yeah, you've got AI art of her brandishing weapons, and even with Scottish war paint on, and just pulling a modern-day Braveheart. We need a statue of the new princess of the UK. You know, long after she's gone, long after a lot of us are gone, I think, she may very well get a statue. Somewhere in Dundee, or in a public square somewhere in Scotland, as a symbol of a renewed national pride. If and when we get the good ending, where we win, and we get our homelands back, and we've expelled the migrant menace, and we have removed root and stem, the sort of fourth or fifth column of these toxic globalists, and we have restored European countries back to their proper way, especially once we have proper Britain once again. Yes, I think we may very well have a statue of the new princess of the UK. A new symbol of resistance and unity. Because that's what this girl has. Whether she wants it or not, she is now the face of resistance. And what you have here is a real case of lightning in a bottle. Where this girl, raising up a blade and an axe, her image can ignite a revolution. It really can.
Obviously. Mm-hmm. But she's also terrified. She's also deeply afraid. And I saw people saying,
I've seen this exact situation with all white men and boys in Scotland. I'm sorry, but you're making sweeping assumptions. No, I'm not. It's obvious what's happening.
Yeah.
It's obvious what's happening to any reasonable person. Everybody knows what's happening. You're not. This is. You're not. This is not even worth discussing. If you're actually going to believe the police department on this, you're just everybody knows this.
Yeah, if you believe the police, you are an actual fucking retard. You are an actual fucking just subhuman IQ retard. You are a low IQ retard if you actually believe what the police are telling you.
That's why they won't show it.
Well, you know, women vote.
What a fucking retard.
Yeah.
For this, it's like, well, look, man, she's like 12.
Yeah.
She didn't vote for any of this. This has been done to her. And honestly, many of the victims of multiculturalism are in the same boat. These are people who are not people who chose to have this. They were way too young to make any choices, and they had it inflicted upon them. So anyway, we're in the position where this meme is...
The UK right now, get raped or get arrested. Those are your choices. To which I would say, exercise the third option. Get out. That place isn't safe for you anymore.
Not even inaccurate. You can either defend yourself and get arrested, or you can leave yourself to the tender mercies of the imported rapists.
Mm-hmm.
And the government knows which side they're on.
They're on the side of they're on the side of the rapists.
Then you get other people pointing out
they will defend to their dying breath the rapists. And they will arrest anyone who dares to defend themselves against these just absolute nonsense.
The reason this photo resonates with people is because we are beginning to understand the physicality of the conflict.
Yes, we are under threat.
Abstractions
We're under
after
attack.
years of deludedly believing we could vote our way out of this mess. Well, the thing is, it will still be voting that does actually resolve this in the end, to be honest.
Oh, I hope so. I certainly hope so. I'm very concerned that there's going to be some form of violence, because I think that things are getting very extreme. Like, you're starting to see these mass protests. You're starting to see tensions escalate between different groups of people. It seems very problematic, and I think that will be bad for everybody.
Problematic is putting it mildly.
Hopefully it doesn't come to that. But if people can't vote their way out of this, they will find other solutions instead.
And spoiler alert, there is no voting your way out of this. Labour and the Tories are both on the same side with this. In fact, it got even worse under the Tories. There's a reason that it's called the Boris Johnson wave of migrants, because he absolutely opened the floodgates. So it actually got even worse under the Tories. And if you think, well, I'm just going to vote reform, Nigel Farage will fix everything. No. Nigel Farage is having to be dragged kicking and screaming just to deportations. Just to the idea of deporting people who are in the country illegally. And to the idea of deporting some migrants. That's what he's at right now. Because he's got a deputy named Azir Youssef, who is constantly in his ear saying, if we do anything to offend the Muslim population in Britain, we will lose. So he has already signed his soul and the soul of reform over to the Muslims. And will absolutely lick their boots every time. Or in the case of Muslims, lick their sandals. Every time without fail. About the only person who is standing up and saying, we need mass deportations, was someone who was actually thrown out of reform. That's Rupert Lowe. And Restore Britain. They're the only ones that... He's the only one that's standing up and saying it. And more people need to be saying it. But unfortunately, courage and bravery is something in very, very, very short supply in the House of Commons.
Believe it or not, I know that a lot of people don't hear it, but we will end up voting a hard right government into power, and they will eventually denaturalize and deport millions of foreigners who are allowed to...
I wouldn't be too sure. I don't know. I'm really not convinced at this point, and I could be wrong. But I really don't see any sort of voting our way out of this. It's possible that what Carl's talking about here could end up coming to fruition. It is possible that, yes, they could vote in a hard right government that denaturalizes and deports a lot of people. You're still talking about a scenario that is going to need to be very hard fought. You are talking about institutions and courts and people in positions of power who will do anything, and I mean anything, to stop that from happening. Right up to and including nullifying election results. Nullifying election results. Using courts and lawfare to try and stop them. Civil service that dogs them at every corner. You know, they will do whatever they can to cheat to win. That is why we have to learn to cheat as well. We have got to use every dirty, underhanded trick in the book to try and win. Lord knows our enemies will. We've got to get good at that too. There is no high road to take here anymore. The exits and the overpasses for the high road, we passed those a long time ago. This is now a fight for survival. And that means you've got to fight dirty. There are no heroes in this war now. There's only fighters. And you're either going to fight to win, or you're just going to lay down and die.
Let's come here against our will. That's how this is going to end up going. There isn't going to be...
Somebody says, you actually think the UK government is concealed fascists who control the police and all media, silencing any people who are against them? I think that
that's
the
exactly
government
how it's shaken out now.
Intentionally trying to obfuscate the amount of migrant crime and migrant sexual assaults that happen in order to not make it look obvious where the problem is coming from. I think that's what they're doing. I mean, the rest of the stuff, I think that's all up for debate. But in this certain circumstance, I think that's absolutely what's happening. This is in the UK. Yeah, exactly. Must be retard today. Well, you'd be surprised how many people immediately, and this is what's so sad, is that people will immediately turn over their own eyes and ears to the deferential opinion of a police department with no level of evidence or accountability, and even
a badge and a gun does not constitute righteousness or correctness in any way, shape, or form. If anything, it makes you more suspect. At least that's a smart person would look at those people with suspicion. It's like, oh, you want me to take your word for it just because you got the badge and the gun? No. If anything, I'm going to scrutinize what you say and what you do even more, even harder. Yep, just look at the Canadian police during the truck protest. Yeah, there's a special layer of hell reserved for those people in the government. What they did to Canadian lorry drivers is absolutely unconscionable, and that is a special place in hell reserved for all of them.
Record of lying, but people care so much to listen to authority that they will just believe anything that they're told. And I actually don't think that's the entire truth. I think the reality is that people don't like this. People don't like the politics that are coming out of this. And because they don't like the politics that are coming out of this, they're actively trying to hang on to anything that would undermine this movement.
Well, you may not like the politics, but that's just too damn bad. The politics certainly likes and is interested in you. So you'd better learn to fight. Because the war's here. It's at your doorstep now. You may not be interested in politics. Politics is interested in you. So you damn well better learn how to play the game. And you damn well better learn how to play to win. Because Lord knows the other side is playing for keeps. They are playing to win. And you're not going to get anywhere by playing to just not lose.
That's the real reason why they're doing it. It's not, in some cases they're stupid, but it's the optics. Yeah, exactly.
Some sort of race war, as it is. There will be sectarian conflict, but it won't be directed by the states. It won't be something, or there won't be armies fighting over things. It won't be a civil war, as we traditionally understand it. But eventually, a hard-right government, democracy will limp along. Eventually, a hard-right government will get into power with promises of just removing these people from our lands. And that's...
Ask me, you haven't been shown any evidence that an immigrant was harassing her. I just saw a video of an immigrant harassing her, walking after her constantly.
Yeah. It's from the first-person perspective of an immigrant harassing her. And this has apparently happened before. Otherwise, why would she be brandishing these weapons?
If somebody tells you to leave, if somebody says, leave me alone, and you keep following them, you're harassing them.
Yes.
You're out of your mind.
Someone tells you, leave them alone. Leave them the fuck alone. Otherwise, yes, this does become a clear case of harassment.
It's shocking to me that so many people are stupid. Well, it's not, but again,
willfully
it's so
blind.
obvious what's happening here.
Willfully blind and just generally retarded. So arse-blasted with left-wing and globalist propaganda that they cannot see reality for what it is. They would rather crawl over broken glass than ever admit that their worldview is somehow flawed or incorrect.
That's what will happen. Because again,
don't believe your lying eyes, guys.
Europeans have trouble believing it, but the British Parliament is completely sovereign. We can do with it what we want, and we just have to have the will to make it do the things we actually need it to do. But anyway, so you, of course, are aware that the Restore Britain rape gang inquiry is underway, and my goodness, already, they haven't even released like any major findings yet, but already that Charlie's involved with it. And he says, we don't know the true scale of these atrocities, but this new data, you can be sure there's only 1 or 2 degrees of separation from you to someone directly affected.
Rape gangs operate or have operated in at least 85 local authorities across Britain. That is 85 too many. But even worse, some lefties saying it isn't migrants doing all the crimes, just the native population. Now, that's just straight up lying. That is straight up lying at that point.
85 local authorities across Britain have Islamic rape gangs.
And in a way, it's also obfuscation. Because they're also, on one level, they're also trying to make the claim that migrants are the native population. They're trying to make the claim that, oh, these are just undocumented British. Sort of like how so many people in the media no longer refer to illegals as illegal aliens, but undocumented Americans. Like making the claim that somehow they're American citizens, they just don't have the documentation for it. No, they're fucking illegal aliens. They don't need to be here. They need to fucking go back to wherever the fuck they came from. The same thing with these fucking migrants over in Britain. They're not the native population. They never have been. They never will be. They're not like us. They never will be one of us. They have to go back. You're trying to use soft language because they're sensitive weasels. Well, I don't know if they're sensitive, but they're definitely weasels. A lot of them.
And of course, Elon here, the Quisling collaborators should be charged with aiding, rape, and in some cases murder.
Finally, someone gets it.
That's what they need to do.
Yeah. The people responsible for this in government need to be charged with aiding rape. And they also need to be charged with murder. And they need to go to prison. And even then, that's too soft of a punishment for them. They need to face the hangman's noose. Britain needs to bring back the death penalty and execute these people. To send two messages. One, we're not fucking around anymore. And two, this is never going to fucking happen ever again.
Whenever the opposite side gets in power, they need to figure out everybody who facilitated this and put them all in jail pretty much forever.
No, just execute them. Just find them and execute them. Hangman's noose, bullet to the head. I don't really give a fuck which at this point.
That's what I would do if I was them. Because this is the problem, is that people do this and then they're just going to get away with it, basically.
Yeah. And then they'll do it again. And they will bring up an entire generation of other people to keep doing it again and again and again. Spare the wood, use a wood chipper.
Yeah, that's what needs to happen, is that you need to have long-term consequences for the people that enabled this.
Yes, they need to be made to suffer.
Spent a long time in prison. They absolutely should. And that would be a lot of Labour Party councillors and MPs who would go to jail for a long time if we lived in a country that actually valued the sanctity of our children.
Yeah, no. In proper Britain, the Labour Party would be forcibly broken up and liquidated. And the people within Labour, and even in the Tories, that are responsible for this, would face prison and execution. If nothing else, to send a message that we're not going to tolerate this anymore. This is never going to fucking happen ever again.
I mean, the Conservatives could have done this at any point, right? The Conservatives could be like, wait a minute.
Yeah, they could, but they didn't, because they controlled opposition. Just like so many of the Republicans in the United States. It's a lesson that so many people never seem to fucking learn. Don't give these people power. They don't know what to do with it anyway. If you do not take and exercise power, your enemies will, and they will use it to destroy you. Take power, exercise it, and use it to crush your enemies first. Because otherwise they will come for you.
Labour councillors, actually, and all these Labour-run police, are they all involved with the grooming gangs? Oh, they are.
Yep.
Oh,
yes,
well, you guys
they
are in
are.
trouble, because we're sending you to jail forever, is what they could have done. But no, it takes the independent movement, Restore Britain, hopefully funded by Elon.
Well, eventually there will be enough people that get fed up that there will be a governmental change. I think that's what's going to happen. Now, the only question is that when that...
They will either... The people responsible for this will either willingly go into a prison cell, or they will be dragged in there by a mob. And even then, the mob may be angry enough that it's like, no, prison's too good for you. No. We're just going to kill you. That is a sort of violent, dark future that Britain is facing now. Because they refused to do what must be done. Because they were afraid of being called racist. They were afraid of being called naughty names. Or for high dive into a low well. Yeah, They had every opportunity to do something about this, and they didn't. So you know what? You get what you fucking deserve.
Governmental change happens, will those people exercise restraint whenever they are in control? In my opinion, I don't think they should.
No.
I think these are...
Why should they? Why should they? The leftists and globalists have certainly shown no sense of restraint. If they had any sort of restraint, they would have stopped all this. Or they would have tried to clamp down on it. There was no restraint shown on the other side, so why the hell should we show any restraint to them? Show no quarter. They're not going to show us any quarter. They're not showing us any quarter now. They're trying to censor the internet over there. They're trying to jail people for raising the St. George's flag. They're putting young girls in jail, arresting them for defending themselves against a bunch of puckies and gypsy nonces. Why should we show them any quarter? They've never shown it to us, so we don't show it to them. You get what you fucking deserve.
People that have been complicit and have aided and abetted the rape, sexual assault, murder, and violence against their own people. And really, like, if you're making that decision and you're doing that, then you deserve whatever happens. It'll be justified? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you get what you fucking deserve.
I mean, and again, yeah, not for restraint doesn't solve the problem. Exactly. Like, yeah, there's absolutely not. Like, yeah, it's not even a question. I'm not saying you should kill them, right? I mean, like, it's up to them to decide what they should do. But, like, I mean, if it was up to me, I would at least put them in jail.
I mean, it's going to get to that point where it's like jail is too good of a sentence for them. Prison is too lenient for them. It is going to get to the point. And again, I don't endorse violence for obvious legal reasons, but it is going to get to that point where people will crave bloodshed. This is going to get a lot more violent and a lot more bloody. Because the other side has absolutely zero interest. They absolutely cannot be asked to do anything about this.
Like, indefinitely.
Musk to actually get any motion on this. But like I said, we're going to get a hard right government at some point. I tell you, when it comes, the whiplash is going to be brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Nick Dixon is correct to frame it as the greatest atrocity in our history. And it really is. Mm-hmm. It's genuinely hard to think of anything worse that has happened to the British people. And mostly it's in England, but you can see it's in other areas as well. Scotland and Wales, Northern Ireland, you can see. And like I said, this is just crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Somewhere from beyond the grave, Oswald Mosley is just looking down on all of this and just saying, "Told you so."
But it's always the same profile. It's always the same people. Yep. And apparently it was going on since the 1950s, they have found. So the moment that they got here,
Jesus,
they started doing it. Now,
who
one
could
might
have
ask, well, what are things like in Pakistan for young women and girls? Well, who knows? Anyway, Elon said that he would like to...
Oh, we know. We know. We know what it's like. We know what it's like. We know.
Help fund the legal actions against corrupt officials who aid and
this is this is a massive, huge Elon W.
No, it really is. And there's right there the label for all of this. The rape of Britain. That's what we can call this whole thing. The rape of Britain. I think that's a very apt term for the whole thing. If we were to tie it all up in a bow and put a label on it, it would be called the Rape of Britain. Because that's what happened. That's what's happened. If sanity is somehow restored, if proper Britain is ever restored, historians will look back on this period of history from the 1950s up to today, and that's exactly what they'll call this period, the Rape of Britain. I can think of no other apt description of this sort of post-war managed decline. Because it's more than just managed decline, it is the rape of Britain. The pillaging, plundering, and raping of a once great nation and a once majestic empire. And clear-thinking historians will write about it with sadness and fury, just wondering, how the hell could we let this happen? All because they wanted an easy-to-import serf class, and it backfired horribly. It's backfired horribly throughout history. You go back to the Roman Empire, they tried to do the same thing, and that blew up in their faces. And ultimately, it destroyed the Roman Empire from within. And now that's what we're seeing here with Britain. They wanted a compliant underclass. Well, they got the underclass, but it wasn't so compliant. It's backfired horribly. To where now you have this subculture of savages and nonces that are terrorizing the native population. That subset doesn't belong in Britain. They have to go back.
I would like to help fund legal actions against corrupt officials who aided and abetted the rape of Britain per the official government inquiry. Please reply below for consideration. Again, they need to get control of the government. As soon as they get control of the government, they can do this for free. But that's what needs to happen first. As soon as that happens, this stuff stops immediately.
As per the official government inquiry, please reply below for consideration. The thing is, this isn't an official government inquiry.
You can't go to court against officials. You need money. This is massive. Why would you think that? Do you really think that whenever the far right government that will obviously supersede what's here, do you really think that they're going to care about court proceedings?
No, they're not. At that point, it's just all going to be. It's just all going to be a show. It's just all going to be something to give an air of legitimacy. But it's all just going to be a dog and pony show. It's just going to be a show for the media. But they know what verdict they've already arrived at. And so it will all just be kabuki theatre, a prelude to an execution. And honestly, nobody's really going to care. They're just going to, at that point, just say, jail them, execute them, the lot of them. It'd be kind of funny if the government got sued into oblivion. I mean, 4chan is already leading the front on that end. Yeah, I think with 4chan, the best you can hope is for a stalemate. But ultimately, my feeling is that the American courts are going to side with 4chan because it just would be a cold day in hell before they let a foreign government exercise that much control over an American corporation. It's just, there's so many things stacked against the British government in the American courts that they're not gonna hand the British government that win. Not easily, anyway. It would take some fairly sophisticated and high-level corruption for the UK government to score a win against 4chan. And even then, it would get appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court before finally they would go with settled case law. Probably saying something to the effect of, yeah, British government, you don't have any standing here. Really dodged a bullet with Trump getting elected because all that crap would have come over here. Yeah, probably. It would have accelerated. It really would. We would be in very dark times. But that's also not to say that we may still be facing some uniquely dark times in the future. Trump slowed some things down, but he hasn't stopped it. The fight still goes on.
Do you really think that's what's going to happen? Like, yeah, they're just going to change the rules. Like, what are you thinking?
Yeah. Heads we win, tails you lose.
The Labour Party did say they were going to hold an official government inquiry, but of course, was that crickets? Yes, we've heard nothing on it. Absolutely nothing. Rupert Lowe and Restore Britain are the only people actually doing anything about this. I mean, Nigel Farage said he was going to do one. Where's that? What happened to that? Again, it's disappeared crazy into the ether because...
it's all talk because ultimately Nigel is all talk. Do not put your hopes in Reform or Nigel. Don't make the mistake that I did and think that, you know, there's going to be some sort of sea change with Reform. It's not going to happen. Reform is really just the Tories light, a slightly more right-leaning Tory party. Right now, the only people that seem to be standing up for the genuine interest of the people in Britain are Rupert Lowe and Restore Britain. Everyone saw how that went, yeah. There really is no one that Nigel won't throw under the bus. In order to protect his own interests. And really, that's all he sees Reform as, is just his little fiefdom. Really, Nigel and Rupert are two very similar individuals in that they both have ended up being very successful people. Both of them are millionaires. Rupert Lowe is a successful businessman who, I believe he made his fortune owning a football club and managed that very well. And then eventually ran for MP for Great Yarmouth and, but yeah, had a long history in business. And was going to retire, but he decided to spend his retirement years serving the people of Great Yarmouth. Nigel has always... He has a similar background in business, but also in politics. And he too has made a lot of money. I mean, I believe his contract for his television show at GB News, he makes about £1 million a year. On top of that, he's got income from Cameo, which I think is another somewhere between an extra £20,000 to £40,000 a year. Plus, you know, whatever else he makes in terms of income from speaking fees, from, you know, personal appearances, who knows what else. But, you know, safe to say, both men are not wanting for money. Both men have done very well for themselves. It's just what they've chosen to do with the resources that they have. Nigel has chosen to live a life of luxury and comfort, and has just sort of put the interest of Britain and of its people in sort of second or third column, if it even comes into consideration at all. Rupert is actually... He's a bloke that actually talks to the people, stays in touch with his constituencies, and tries to deliver. He listens to them. It's like, you know, what do you need? What do you want? And works damn hard to deliver. And one of the things that people wanted was an inquiry into the rape gangs. And so Rupert has put up his own money and has fought hard for this. And now it's happening. Nigel would never do anything like this. Because it's seen as too politically risky for him. The fact that it has to go this far just to get an inquiry done. Yeah, everyone in government is having to be dragged kicking and screaming on this. Just to get muted responses. That's how sad and pathetic it all is.
Because really, it's not a big deal for them. Mm-hmm. But of course, you've got loads of people giving some great suggestions on how to help and things like that, which is wonderful.
Yeah, of course.
It would be great if Elon were to support these people. And
that would be fantastic.
I think
yeah, no, this is... It's a classic example of noblesse oblige. Of one of the richest men in the world, Elon Musk, saying, you know what? I've got plenty of money. I'm doing all right. I'm going to take some of my resources and help fund something for the public good. Because I see people over here suffering, and I want to try and do something to alleviate or stop the suffering. So, yes, Asman is quite right. This is a huge W for Elon. And it would be wonderful to see Elon working closely with Rupert Lowe on this. The rape gang inquiry getting the funding that it needs to come up with something, anything.
That would be amazing.
That'd be
and
great.
It would be like, thank God we've got someone somewhere who cares, right? Because really that's what this is all about. It's just a lack of giving a damn about what has happened to the children.
Oh my goodness, we have a raid. Metal Angel Gali, welcome in. How was your stream? Let us find out what you were up to, my dear. What were you playing? What were you doing? How was your stream? Aha! Warhammer 40k. Rogue Trader. Oh, that sounds interesting. Lately, I've been kind of wanting to get into the Warhammer games. Especially wanted to try out Bolt Gun. But Rogue Trader, that sounds interesting. It was quite the reading simulator. Perfect for those of us who do reading ASMR, I suppose. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the additional shout out there. Mods, thank you. So much reading, so much lore. I mean, would we expect anything less from Warhammer 40k? Would we expect anything less? I think not. Thank you for the shout out. Of course. Everyone, please go follow Metal Angel Gali. Lol, absolutely not. Warhammer 40k is dense reading, however, I have a shortcut for you. What, you just plug it into Grok or ChatGPT and just say, here, give me the TLDR. Oh no, Memento, let me grab you the link for TTS. Yeah, there's an idea. Just have TTS do it for you. Otherwise, yeah, you're gonna need a whole pitcher of tea with honey and lemon, because yeah, that's the TLDR would still be 300 hours long. Oh goodness, oh my, yes, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Well, anyways, Raiders, welcome in. If it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber. I'm also a bit of a shitposter on the internet. Yeah, we're watching an Asmongold video, and it's talking about some pretty heavy stuff. Just, full disclosure on this, we are talking about some serious topics that's going on in British politics right now regarding the rape gang inquiry, the issue in Dundee, Scotland, with the young girl who was brandishing a sword and an axe to fend off a potential sex trafficker and just general ne'er-do-well. And just, the talk of mass deportations now being on the table in Britain. So, no, just the TTS version of the Alpha Booster made here. Oh, well, there you have it. Anyways, pretty serious stuff. So just, full disclosure on that. We don't shy away from serious topics that are happening in the world these days. And reacting to a bit of Asmongold and a bit of Saga Nabakad here. So yeah, watched that earlier. However, it's late for me. I need to raid and run. Have a great rest of your stream. Totally fine. Totally understand. Have a good rest, Metal Angel Gali. Thank you so much for the raid. And Raiders, if you need to, please feel free to get up and stretch. Grab something to eat, something to drink. I'm going to be taking a short break here as soon as we get done with this one. And we'll be looking at. I think after this we'll be moving on to some gameplay, because I've got Metal Gear Solid Delta lined up here, and I want to give that a go. At least try to get through the Virtuous mission
of this country.
Well, it's the adherence to the party philosophy and ideology over the best interests of people. I think that's really the big problem here. That's where the problem's really coming from more than anything.
But again, you can feel the momentum rising. You can feel the pressure building.
That is the one good thing, is that we are beginning to see a momentum, and we are beginning to see a bit of an uprising amongst the people. They have had enough. They have had enough, and yeah, it's refreshing to see. And who knows, maybe the one thing that comes out of this sort of a silver lining, is that Britain begins to look beyond those sort of old-fashioned notions of class And, you know, stop saying that, oh, well, because they're working class or they're in a rough neighborhood in Dundee, Scotland or someplace, you know, they don't count or they deserve their fate or something like that. You know, I think that's the one thing that really does need to go away, because nobody deserves to live like that. And I mean, it's easy to say, you know, just imagine if that were, you know, the children of an MP in Parliament, or, you know, a wealthy merchant banker in London, or, you know, a family member of someone who's a member of the House of Lords, or even, you know, one of the royals. But realistically, things like that wouldn't happen to them, because so many of them lived in walled-off enclaves and in fancy neighborhoods with lots of security and police protection, to where that sort of thing doesn't happen. Until it does. And who knows, maybe the most tragic thing of all is that might be what it takes, is for things to get so bad that, you know, if it can happen to the upper crust of society, it really can happen to anyone. But I should hope that that sort of class distinction begins to get a bit more blurry and begins to go away after a while. Because no one, regardless of their class or their station in society, deserves that. Deserves to live in fear to where they have to go carrying around an axe and a sword to protect themselves against an invasionary force.
Something that they're going to be able to sweep under the rug. Too many people were hurt. Too many lives have been ruined. Too much has happened. And this is what the flagging campaign is about. It is this overall sense of sovereignty of the British people, in particular the English people, over their own country. We have been abused and taken advantage of for far too long. And you can feel the time is coming that this is not going to go on forever.
Right?
This
I mean, that
is
was a pretty
definitely
big
coming
one.
to an end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was also something that was really long and hard fought, because people voted for Brexit, and then it was tied up in the courts for years, and they even had to have a second referendum on it, to where people had to go out and vote once again, yes, we want Brexit. And it took, I don't know how many successive governments and successive prime ministers before we finally got Brexit in some form or fashion. I think it was finally when Theresa May got into number 10, before everything finally got rolled out and we finally got Brexit and we finally got out of the EU. I think so. I mean, I could be wrong. Again, that was years ago, so lots happened since then. Karens and gated communities would eventually have to deal with it, and it seems like it's only then they'll finally realise that mass importing pests is a bad idea. It might, but even then, requires them to still swallow their pride and admit that they made a mistake. And that's the thing that a lot of us have come to learn about women, is that they are a prideful lot, and they will tie themselves into pretzel-like knots to avoid taking responsibility for their actions and for their luxury beliefs.
And Elon, of course, has spotted that Nigel Farage is, once again, behind the times. Now, Nigel came out and said that he was going to deport 600,000 illegal immigrants in his first year.
Not enough. Those are rookie numbers, Nigel. You've got to get those numbers up.
Why so low? Why not
Yeah.
more?
Yeah, exactly.
Those are rookie.
See, this is
those
the
are
thing.
rookie numbers.
I said this shit was going to happen. Absolutely. Yeah, they want all of them gone. That's really where it's at.
We
Of
know that
course.
there are at least going to be about 2 million legal immigrants in the country, but there are going to be, and the rest, you know. What about all of those other ones? Why not?
Yeah, that's just 2 million that you know about. There could be so many more. I think even that's underestimating.
Deport them all. Like, go through the communities
just go all of
with, like, deportation squads. Let me see your paper. Are you illegal? You're illegal. Right, get out. Because these communities...
Seems like it's a pretty simple idea. I don't know why anybody would be against this.
Yeah. Are an anchor to the illegals. So the first thing you do is stop benefits, stop housing benefits, stop access to the NHS, and then you just go through these communities and start making sure the people who are here legally, then you deport them. Then you denaturalize the Boris wave and deport them too. And the combined efforts of manually removing them, the illegals, and just turning off the benefits will just encourage millions of them to just leave. They'll just go because they'll realize, oh no, wait, the British state isn't just going to pour gold into my pockets and punish the people who object to this now. They're actually now, I'm on the outside now, and the British state is working for the British people, so actually I'm just going to leave. And this would be such an easy series of wins for Nigel. But of course, Elon's got his number. Unfortunately, the reality is that Farage will do almost nothing to protect Britain. That is obvious. He called it back in January, or whenever it was, I think it was back in January, when he said Farage isn't the guy, and he's right. Existing law is clear that anyone...
I think when Elon was in the American government at the time helping with Doge, I think at one point, I could be wrong about this, but I think Elon actually has met Nigel Farage. And I could swear this was something he said. He left that meeting not impressed. Trump seems to like him, well enough, but yeah. Now, Elon is exactly right here that Farage, he's not going to do what it takes to protect Britain. Nigel is there to look out for the interest of Nigel. If those happen to intersect with the best interest of Britain, then maybe he'll do it, but most of the time, Nigel is in it for Nigel. He doesn't care about anything else. Nigel really is, in the greatest sense of the word, a grifter.
No, he's not extreme enough. I think Nigel Farage was really good as a mover for starting this maybe like 10 years ago. But I think that since then, the politics and the situation...
He's also been a bit of a saboteur that has been responsible for delaying a lot of things that needed to get done.
Situation has gotten more dire, and people want someone who's more extreme and more hardline stance on what the issue is.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where only the hardliners will be left standing. Because they're the only ones that have the courage to take the hardline stance and have the will to actually fucking do something about it. That's what it's come to.
He's not a leader. Well, I think that I think he played a great role in Brexit, and he played a great role in, I think, trying to normalize what's happening now. But I don't think he's going to be the one to take it across the finish line. And I think that's pretty obvious.
If anything, if it becomes advantageous for him to throw a spanner into the works, that is exactly what Nigel will do to sabotage things. To give himself the advantageous position to come in and look like the hero who at least appears to be fixing things, even though he actually does fuck all.
I don't think that's necessarily shitting on Nigel Farage. I think that, people can respect the fact that, he's done a lot of things to lay the groundwork for the conversations that are happening now. But at this point, I think people need someone who's a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, they need Rupert.
That's what
I go back to this. Rupert's our man. If anyone needs to be the next Prime Minister of Britain, it's Rupert Lowe. Even though he is effectively a man without a party, they could very well restore Britain into a political party. I don't know if they would be able to raise enough candidates and win enough elections in the 4 years that we have left before the current Labour government has to stand down and hold elections. But if anyone needs to be, if there's one person that Britain needs as its next premier, as its next prime minister, Rupert's our man. Correction, a good king. I mean, yeah, there's a thought. Lord knows King Charles is not going to... He's not going to do a bloody thing about any of this. He's certainly not going to go to Keir Starmer and say, yeah, I'm dissolving Parliament, we're holding new elections, you've fucked this up too badly. He's not going to do that. The House of Windsor has almost always been friendly and sympathetic to the Labour Party. About the only Tory politician that his mother had any sort of affection for was Winston Churchill. I think to a certain extent Anthony Eden. But she was reputed to have a more friendly working relationship with Labour prime ministers like Harold Wilson than anyone else. And she certainly did not get on well with Margaret Thatcher. Even though for a time, Thatcher was one of the best things that could have happened to Britain. She honestly had affinity for the weak men like Harold Wilson and John Major, who created a lot of the hard times that Britain had to go through. I wish it were that simple as to install Rupert Lowe as king. He'd be good at it, but it would also be a major restriction on his power. He could get a lot more done at number 10 and in Parliament than he could at Windsor Castle. Because ultimately, Britain's sovereign, yes, they may be the head of state. Yes, they may be the head of the Church of England. But when it comes to real political power, they are, for the most part, a figurehead. Prime ministers meet with him on an almost weekly basis as more of a sort of social nicety. They don't really the only thing they have is the big red button to say, I'm dissolving Parliament and we're holding new elections. Really would have assumed that as king they would have all the authority required. No, that all the authority required, especially in situations like what Britain is facing now, would require an absolute monarchy. Much of the real power exists within Parliament, and especially within the House of Commons. And even more so in Whitehall in the civil service. I'm sure some of you have seen the British comedies Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister, and that is, honestly, it's probably one of the best primers on British politics and on political science with a focus on the United Kingdom, because it really gives you an insight into the sort of mindset and philosophy of ministers, and also what goes on in various cabinet positions, but also within the civil service, and how they view their role and function in the British democratic system. That sort of arrogant, conniving worldview of Sir Humphrey Appleby, yeah, there's a lot of that. And it also is one of the reasons why so many governments go in with these lofty goals and end up being just absolutely neutered and house-trained. And it's because they go up against the Sir Humphrey Applebys of the civil service and they get housebroken. I mean, we saw it one too many times with what happened with Boris Johnson and with the successions of various Tory governments and prime ministers. And even then, so much of power has been handed over to the civil service and to these various things like, you know, the quangos and whatnot, that it just, yeah, it's a mess right now. But circling back to what you were asking about, Action, all the authority required would require them to be an absolute monarch to get anything done. A mess is an understatement, indeed.
Aggravated rape or murder, especially of children, is guilty of a serious crime and must serve time either in prison if a citizen or be deported if not. The government simply needs to enforce the law. Now, of course, a Labour government would never enforce this law because there'd be their people they'd be sending to jail or deporting.
What a surprise.
But
yeah,
a different government could easily do it, and Nigel Farage could...
What a shocker. One of the biggest constituencies for Labour are the nonces.
Easily commit to this. He could easily commit to doing this to the Labour Party.
Yeah, he's not going to be the guy.
Rupert said, no, he doesn't have what it takes. Ben Habib, no, he doesn't have what it takes. Again, Advance is...
well, he's not answering. He's not giving solutions that are relevant to the people that live there, right? How about Conor McGregor running for president of Ireland? I mean, I have no idea about that. I just don't know about it.
He can try. But Ireland is in a very similar and sorry state as Britain, probably even worse. Which is sad because they've historically been a subjugated nation, even under the British Empire. They fought so hard for independence from Britain. They got it, and then they immediately handed it over for a different type of slavery under the European Union. And yes, perhaps life is a bit better under the EU compared to what it was a generation or two ago. But that has come with a great cost of sovereignty because they are dealing with the same sort of migrant issues that so many other European countries are dealing. And no one knows why. Oh, we all know why. We all know why. They've got the same issue with migrants, with unchecked immigration. With slavery and servitude to the European Union. And yeah, they've also got their own sort of populist uprisings, which are being met with police force. And yeah, I mean, Conor McGregor, I think he would make a fine president. Premier of the Republic of Ireland. I think he'd make a fine president. Because he certainly seems to have the interests and the desires of the people first and foremost on his mind. At least that's the way it seems. I could be wrong. But genuine populist candidates like that don't really take power without first facing massive resistance from the system. And we are talking about a system that absolutely will try to destroy their opponents with lawfare and with any other dirty, underhanded trick they can think of, even up to and including assassinations and putting their opponents in jail. And yes, as you mentioned, action, assuming it doesn't get cheated out as win, yeah, they could just void the election and just claim, oh, Russian interference, this one doesn't count, do it again. And oh, by the way, you got to take Conor McGregor off the ballot because we've deemed him a Russian agent because reasons. So, yeah, you get the choices that we select, not what you want. I would not put it past any of these people currently in power. I believe they would try every single one of those things. And yes, I do believe they would try to jail and possibly even assassinate Conor McGregor. Or any other populist candidate that comes up. Because they will not brook any form of threat to their power. They just won't. There is nothing they won't do to protect their own interests and their own power, including jailing and assassinating their opponents. More and more agreeing with the aristocratic utensil about a monarchy being the superior government law. Yeah. I tend to agree as well. I think that this whole democratic experiment has turned out to be a massive failure. And a monarchy seems to be more of a representative of the interest and the will of the people. But even then, it takes the right sort of monarch to be a leader of a people and of a nation. I don't think Charles and the House of Windsor have what it takes anymore. Might possibly get that with William and Catherine when the time comes. But I am of the mindset that Charles III is not it. Because what is a king but a servant to his people? Precisely. There's more of the people than there are of the monarchs. So you best keep them happy. And at least with something more resembling an absolute monarchy, you tend to cut through a lot of that red tape and just get shit done. And that, more than anything, is what people want, is leaders who get shit done. We're tired of inaction. We're tired of inertia. We've had it. We've had enough. We want people who get shit done. And if that takes an absolute monarchy, so be it. I think the only thing that aristocratic utensil is a very interesting fellow. In so many ways, he's quite right. He's a prophet in his own time, but he suffers the same curses that most prophets suffer in their own time, of people who just refuse to listen, people who refuse to believe, and very often people who persecute the prophets. And when I speak of prophets, I'm talking like biblical prophets. Most of the prophets that you read in, say, the Old Testament of the Bible, many of those men did not meet a peaceful fate. Many of those men did not live to ripe old age and pass away peacefully in their sleep. Many of them were, in fact, violently persecuted, tortured, and executed by angry mobs of people who did not want to listen to the hard truths that they were talking about. And so they met very violent, ignoble, ignominious ends, even though history turned out to be their vindicator. They turned out to be right. They were just ahead of schedule. I was going to say, like biblical prophets or the Nostradamus type of prophet. Yeah, like a biblical prophet. Biblical prophets, they were right, but they were ahead of schedule. And so but what they were saying at the time were a lot of uncomfortable truths. What they prophesied for the future were things that people did not want to hear about, even though they turned out to be right. And back then the people did not want to hear about this, so much so that they violently persecuted and even murdered these prophets, or drove them out of their lands, and they died alone in an exile. It's rather tragic, and it's why I think it was Mencius Mollberg who once said, do not expect to be a modern-day prophet and to, I'm paraphrasing, and to receive accolades and the support and the love and the adoration of the people, because that's not how any of this works. You will be persecuted for telling the truth. You will have to endure certain negative consequences for being a truth teller. And yet, someone has to do it. Someone has to be the truth teller. Someone has to say what needs to be said. Because if not us, who? If not now, when? Yeah, someone has to do the job. It's why you have seen such a shift in my content to talking about the sort of things and reacting to the sort of things that we've been reacting to tonight. I felt in my heart that these were things worth talking about. These were conversations that were worth having. Even though, yes, in the short term I have paid a price for it. I have been kicked out. Well, both kicked out and voluntarily left a VTuber group. Better off without them anyways. They ended up falling apart after I left. That happened with me not just once, but twice. It's to the point where it's like I don't want to join any VTuber group, and I almost just want to tell people, if you're thinking about inviting me into a VTuber group, don't. It won't survive me. It was either hide or speak the truth, yeah. And I couldn't hide. I just couldn't do it. My soul could not remain intact. I had to speak the truth. And I have paid the price for it. Like I said, I've had to leave a VTuber group that I was in. I've had people unfollow me. I've had people talk shit both publicly and in private behind my back because they did not like some of the things that I was saying. Including, I'll go ahead and say it, my ex-girlfriend. She actively tried to sabotage a collab that I had set up with someone. And that person came to me and said, "Do you know this person? Why are they reaching out to me and saying these sorts of things?" To which I said, "That's my ex-girlfriend, and I'm both shocked but not surprised that they would do and say these sorts of things." I've had people try to cancel me on Twitter for the things that I'm saying. And for the things that I tweet. I'm still here. I'm still saying what needs to be said. I'm not going anywhere. Still kicking and still going, exactly. Because I saw, originally with election night coverage, that there was an audience for this sort of thing. And it's something that I'm passionate about. And so I keep doing it. Even though I've got people trying to cancel me on social media. I've got people who talk shit about me in public and in private, and they know who they are. And what's more, I know who they are. And believe me, if an opportunity comes up, they will get called out on it. And if I have to publicly humiliate them over it, I will. But I hope that they've got enough good sense to back down and leave me alone and not talk shit about me. And yes, there are even people who out and out make up lies about me who literally make up shit that did not happen and claim it as the truth. And I've seen what people said. I've seen what these people have talked about publicly. The lies that they've spread, the misinformation. I've seen it all. This stuff does not escape my view. I'm sure there will be more of it as time goes on and as I grow. And what really gets me is that, you know, I've been nothing but kind to a lot of these people who publicly and even privately talk shit about me. I've been nothing but nice to them. And yet, they see that as a chance for them to get a little crumb of clout by throwing me under the bus. And I don't know, I guess it doesn't factor it into their thinking that I won't see that and that I won't at some point call them out on it. It's like, do you... what? Did you really expect me not to call you out on that? Did you really expect me to just, let you get away with that? Did you think that you would not face any sort of pushback or clapback on that? I mean, if you did, you're deluding yourself. But it's like, I've done nothing to you. I just happened to say something that you disagree with, and now all of a sudden you're going out of your way to, make me out to be some sort of monster? Because I have an opinion that you disagree with? How fucking childish can you get? It's like something out of ice. It really is. And it is incredible how many VTubers in this space have that sort of immature high school mentality. For fuck's sake, people. You are supposed to be grown-ass adults. Can you please, for fucking once, act like it? And realize that, yes, there are people in this world who are going to say things that you disagree with and you may not like. That's part of life. Get over it. Either get over it or get out of it. Also, congrats again on hitting that 750 mark. Thank you. Trying now to get to 775. That's the new goal. But yeah, I completely missed it while I was away. I was like, oh yeah, we hit 750. We should point that out and, celebrate the dub. Definitely be an audience catcher when Asmongold goes on hiatus for his dad. Yeah, I really hope and pray for the very best for his dad. I know that is really going to be rough on Asmon, having to deal with that. That is... It is never easy to watch a parent have to go through that, because it hurts you just as much. I know when my dad, especially the first time he had cancer, that was... It was a traumatic experience at first, but it was also a time where we really had to come together as a family. And we also, in a sense, learned who in the family truly cared about us and who couldn't care less. And unfortunately, we found out the hard way that my half-brothers from my father's previous marriages, they unfortunately couldn't care less and could not even be bothered to come visit their own father in hospital. When people act in such a selfish way, they don't seem to realize that that has a knock-on effect with other members of the family who see that, and it hurts them just as much. These are supposed to be my brothers. And they somehow can't carve out a weekend to come see their father as he's fighting for his life in hospital. It's at that point you kind of look at them a bit less like brothers and family. And it's just sort of, okay, we have blood ties, but you certainly don't act like family to me. But I've had to find that out the hard way with a lot of family, on both my mum and my dad's side. You find out in certain pivotal moments, severe illness, a death in the family. It really is sort of a moment of demarcation where you find out who really is family and who just happens to share your DNA. And a lot of so-called family just happens to share DNA. Real family has become a very rare and limited quantity. The difference between family and a kidney blood donor, yeah. Which, my parents are not perfect people. The Earl and Countess of Rexworth are far from the most perfect people. They are still my parents, and I would do absolutely anything for them. And there isn't a day that goes by that I am not concerned about what exactly I'm going to do to take care of them in their elder years. My father is getting up to an advanced age where we have to start thinking about the rather morbid possibility of what life will be like without him, and how exactly I'm going to take care of my mother, who is also not a young woman and has her own share of health problems. These are not easy things to think about. These are things that if I had a choice, I would not think about them at all. But these are the things that you have to start thinking about as a responsible adult and as a good son. It is that inevitability. Got to face it somehow, yes. And I don't really have answers for what I'm going to do to take care of my mother if, God forbid, my father passes. Or even vice versa. And that's a rather frightening thought in and of itself, that I have no idea. Ultimately, I can only do what I can do. And that's going to have to be enough. And I have to try as best I can to take some sort of comfort in that. And there are some days when that thought provides zero comfort whatsoever. Yet I still press on. And speaking of press on, we got terribly off track. Let's wrap up the video, yeah?
Habib's party, go and join it. It's the best we've got. So go and help him out. Go join it. Why not? What harm can it do if we have somewhere politically that we can go to?
Yeah, I mean, that's another possibility, is Advance UK. Advance UK and Restore Britain. Right now, they may very well be Britain's only hope.
But again, like, this is all things whose time are coming. And you can see how Farage, a year ago, he was saying to Stephen Edgington, oh no, mass deportation is not feasible. I don't want my name attached to mass deportations. It's not my ambition. To now, I will mass deport 600,000 of them. Blah, blah, blah.
Not enough. Not enough.
Yeah,
those are rookie numbers.
Oh, really?
Why is that? Those numbers up.
The tide is turning. Right? The pressure is building. They can't just call you a racist. They can't just diffuse this. Things are way too far.
Yeah, it like in a previous video that Hasman did a while back, calling someone a racist is no longer has the brand power, the cachet that it once had. It is to the point where a lot of people are saying, whenever they're called a racist, you know, somebody says, you're a racist. Yes, all right, I'm a racist, so what? Well, that's bad. For you.
Gone for that. And so things are slowly but surely changing.
I think that what he's saying here is completely accurate. And I think also, like, again, the type of, like, kind of, I think people call it controlled opposition. I wouldn't call it controlled opposition, but that's what a lot of people are calling it in terms of, you know, Nigel Farage and the other people like that. I think that really people want dramatic, drastic, extreme action taken. It's very evident that that's the case, at least from what my read on the situation is. I could be wrong, and of course some people don't agree with me, but I think that there are enough people that agree with me that this is a sentiment that will win an election. Basically, right? 100% control of the opposition. Yeah, exactly, sure, right? And so, yeah, it's 600,000 over 5 years, rookie numbers. Yeah, there's probably going to be more that are going to come in that period of time. So I don't really see how that's going to solve any problems for anybody. So, yeah, people want justice. Well, I think that people really I think that they want justice. And also, this might not be something people want to hear, but they also want revenge. They do. They want revenge, and they want a degree of payback for what happened that, you know, all of this, like, you know, they've been suppressed. They've been.
I'm looking at some of these other videos here. I tried to follow my passion for art, but now I'm 32 and unemployed. I mean, she's smashable enough, she could probably do OnlyFans and end up doing all right. Anyway.
been pushed down. They've not been able to speak out, give their opinions on things. And I think they absolutely want revenge, like against the politicians. Well, I definitely, I mean, again.
Only 22, no, 32. Still, not bad looking for 32. But, you know, then again, I sort of have a thing for sexy goth girls. Particularly the big titty sexy goth mummies. I mean, what? Anyway.
And I don't support violence, any sort of political violence. I don't think that's a good idea. But again, I do think that it's something that's pretty fucking obvious that that's where things are going, right?
Anyway, there is... I'll go ahead and post this into chat. Everyone can go and give that a like. If you're not following Asmongold's channels, well, what the bloody hell are you doing? Are you living under a rock or something? Anyway. Let's see. We'll save Indonesia for... I'll save that for tomorrow. I've got a lot of things here. I've got a lot of extra tabs that I can make a weekend out of all of this. Let's see. I should play the music again. All right, chat. Give me a couple of minutes. I ran out of hydration some time ago. Let me grab a couple of bottles of water, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I have 3 bottles of Propel with me. If that doesn't keep me hydrated, I don't know what will. Good stuff. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. And thank you all for staying with me. I know it is quite late in the evening, but hey, it's a Friday night. Most of us don't have to be anywhere in the morning, so we can stay up late and we can play some video games. And talk of which, we go ahead and update Twitch category to Metal Gear Solid. Do they have the... No, they don't have Metal Gear Solid Delta. So... we have a choice of Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence, Snake Eater, and Snake Eater HD Edition. Let's just go with the classic. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. I remember playing that on the PlayStation 2 when it first came out. MGS3. Snake. No step on snake. But as we say in Scotland, dinna tread on me. Right, let's get the game going. Made sure to update settings beforehand. Let's see, let's do a game capture. There we go. Fit to screen. Don't have a Scottish flag emoji. You may have to go to the Emojipedia and do a copy-paste thing. If all else fails, there's the Emojipedia. Pause the music here. There's that familiar CQC music. Alright. Oh, and we also have Snake versus Monkey. They brought that back. It's solid... no, it's Naked Snake and Ape Escape. Alright, we're going to start a new game. Let's see. Playing the MGS cities for the first time. MGS1, Boscam Desert, DPM, Desert Tiger, Flecktarn, Face Green, Face Brown, the Banana Uniform from Peace Walker, National Flags, clear the game to obtain all this additional equipment, Uniform Grenade. We can do Legacy style, or we can do the new style with the over-the-shoulder perspective. Yeah, you know what? Let's give that a go. Okay. We can do very easy for beginners. Life gauge is 2 times large. Enemy soldiers greatly reduced attack power and detection abilities. You start with the easy gun, silent tranquilizer gun with infinite ammo. And you also get the motion detector, the active sonar, and the anti-personnel sensor. Hard mode, highest achievable title is Fox. Extreme, you can get Foxhound. And there's the European Extreme. Good lord. Banana uniform? Yeah, it's a uniform. And I guess it's got bananas all over it. Which you would think they would give it to you for beating Snake versus Monkey, but I don't know. Let's go with normal mode. And we can view all tips.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into 2, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Good to hear David Hayter's voice again. Based on Metal Gear Solid 3. Well, I mean, it basically is Metal Gear Solid 3, just with updated graphics and playstyle.
Altitude 30,000 feet. Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute. All right. You ready to go? Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass.
Zero and paramedic.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
I don't think that was a name that people called each other back in the 60s.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf? He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
Nice of them to print the name of the game on Snake's mask there.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate the alarm bottle. This is one for the history books. The world's first Halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by.
Nice of him to stamp that
Status okay. All
lit
green.
cigar out.
Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spread your wings and fly. God be with you.
And remember, Snake, the motto of the SAS. Who dares, wins. Okay, no, he was just showing off. Maybe, don't know the insults back then other than whatever was in Full Metal Jacket, lol.
Jack, news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well,
Blasphemy.
the rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin
Quintuple
to orbit
somersaults were
was
totally
A1,
necessary,
known
lol.
as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story. So why'd he want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. For used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side.
That sounds like a game all to itself.
Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent.
We're able to... Oh, yes, we can pause cutscenes. Excellent. One thing I am noticing about Sokolov, I never really gave this a whole lot of thought. Of course, I hadn't really studied a whole lot of history before playing this for the first time back in the 2000s. I really have to wonder how much of the character Sokolov is modeled and inspired by the rocket scientist Wernher von Braun, who, if any of you know anything about Wernher von Braun, he was the gentleman who was basically responsible for NASA's space program. He was especially the Gemini and Apollo rocket programs, Operation Paperclip and all that. Yeah. Little known thing about Wernher von Braun, he was a Nazi rocket scientist before he was recruited by the Americans. They decided to overlook his work with the Third Reich because they really wanted to get to the moon before the Soviets did. And that is one of the things post-World War II, both the Americans and the Soviets were trying as best and as quickly as they could to scoop up as many of the Nazi rocket scientists and weapons developers as they could.
And it was...
There we go. Put some subtitles on.
It's only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
Why did they not come on?
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles...
Why the subtitles aren't on by default? I don't know. Nice that they give you the option, though.
Towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba. And so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust.
Now, a lot of people don't realize just how close we came to an end-of-the-world type exchange of nuclear weapons between the United States and the Soviet Union with the Cuban Missile Crisis. There were a few other near misses as well. There was one in particular, I think it was around 1983. There was a Soviet radar posting where soldier that was monitoring the radar picked up what he believed was incoming American bombers and fighter planes. And so he basically had his finger on the button to launch nuclear weapons. Turns out what he was seeing on the radar was not American fighter planes and bombers, but rather atmospheric interference of some sort, made to look like approaching aeroplanes. Had he not double-checked and used his best judgment, we very well could have had an accidental exchange of nuclear weapons, with the Soviets firing first. Because he later looked back and he said it just didn't make any sense why the Americans would send in such a limited number of aeroplanes. I mean, it's like a very small number. His training informed him that no, if they were going to send in any sort of invasionary force, it would be a lot bigger than that. It wouldn't be some sort of limited strike force. And so that was the deciding factor to where he said, no, we're not going to push the button. We're not launching nuclear weapons. This doesn't look right. And initially, he was actually punished by his superiors. Later on, I think that punishment was lifted, and they actually celebrated him and gave him a reward. But yeah, so that and a few other instances throughout the 60s and the 70s, the world came dangerously close to either some sort of nuclear accident or a full exchange of nuclear weapons between Western powers and the Soviet Union. And we only found out about it much, much later, after they all happened.
But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no
Logical
idea.
next question.
We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then, a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't
Basically,
know the details,
yeah.
but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year...
Really, space rockets and missiles, there's not much difference between the two. There really isn't. One is designed to carry people, the other is designed to carry a payload.
Here now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No, according to
Leave
our
him to the punch on the comparison.
it's in Selinoyarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
Selinoyarsk. the home to the fortress Groznygrad, which, according to, depending on what canon you read, as far as Metal Gear games go, actually became, once it was rebuilt, it became Zanzibar Land in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Ah, flashbang. There are a few cutscenes in Subsistence where they did outtakes of this, where he pulled the chute and he either went off course and fell to his death, or the parachute did not deploy.
Listen up, Jack.
You just hear him.
Infiltrate Selino-Yarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west.
Oh, that's cool. Ah, my retinas.
Before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis.
Well, that's putting it mildly.
Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, gunship
Fulton recovery system.
And pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat Talon?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Damn.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
AKA a Skyhook. Yeah, effectively.
If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong, you'll be eating dinner, breakfast, and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
I thought with a Halo jump they were supposed to pull their chute a bit closer to the ground. Oops. And the game crashed. Wow. Why don't we try this again? Sorry, chat. Out of my control, that one. Subtitles on. Okay, I remembered that. Normal, All tips. Start. You turn off the motion blur.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two.
But I don't know.
West.
Probably
This
not.
marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Let's go to options. Well, I can't adjust that right now.
Jack, I've got some...
Skip past that bit.
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
Well, you've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training.
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom.
This is ground control to Major Tom. You really made the grade. And the papers want to know whose shirts you wear.
Weapons and equipment to procure on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
This is where we familiarize ourselves with controls. Right stick to adjust the camera. Okay. Whoa! Okay. That could have ended badly. Alright. Right trigger to do CQC moves. You just started the game and nearly ran off a cliff. Can only go up from here. Oh, I see. Okay, so I don't even have to hold the right. I don't have to hold R1. I can just switch. It's like flipping a switch over to first-person view mode. Okay. Now, what is that? Defensive posture? Sort of like a focusing in. Oh, another raid. Hey, Nightshade, welcome in. How was your stream? No, actually, we got a double raid. Goodness gracious. And May Nightshade. We got both the Nightshade sisters. Let's see what you two are up to. How was your stream? Grave Legend, thank you for the follow. Same to you, Fire Cyclone. Thank you for the follow. And Silverfan Sylvan, thank you so much for the raid as well. Raiders, if it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber, and we just got done not too long ago with some video reacts and talking about the news, and now we're playing Metal Gear Solid Delta, the new remake of MGS3. You got my name right? Yeah, well, that's not too difficult. Fire Cyclone Zero. Easy enough. Got a brother Silver with us. Ah, well, welcome in, Silver. Silver was panicking since he hired us into his trucking company. Did you crush the lorries, Faye? No, seriously. American Truck Simulator, really fun game. Actually have a copy of that. Also got Euro Truck Simulator. That one's a lot of fun too. Hang on just one moment here. Let me get you some more shout-outs here. Let's see. We'll do one for May. And then Silver, here's one for you. There we go. They were attempting to drive semi-trucks, and I was giving them criticism. Half of streamers call me clone or fiery. It's annoying. Oh, well, I am sorry to hear that, Fire Cyclone. I did more. Thank you. Yes, I was. We didn't fully crush the trucks. Ah, so minor fender bender then, but I don't blame them. Ah, there you crush just as much. It can be. Look, as someone who has played American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, and as someone who is a licensed commercial driver, I can tell you that lorries of any size are quite a different beast compared to a motor car or even a pickup truck, and they do take some getting used to. But yeah, in time you do sort of get used to them. It's just they're very big and probably not the most reactive things. But yeah. Anyways, there's a few glitches in the Matrix. Why do we know a lot of people who have CDLs? I mean, it's one of those things it's good to have, you know? Better to have it and not need it, and need it and not have it. Definitely if you are able to, and if you're interested in a career as a driver, definitely go get your CDL. It's something you can be up and running about a month's time, and yeah, it's study, practice. You can do it. Don't act so innocent, Grave. Now that I know, I'll stop. To be honest, I do kind of like the messing up of my name. It almost becomes a bit after a while, doesn't it? We had a few in chat critiquing us, I can imagine. In other words, you had people in chat who were backseat drivers, didn't you? Anyways, hope you all enjoyed American Truck Simulator. Hope you all made a lot of money over the road. And hope your trucking company is growing and flourishing. Don't let May do any reversing. Yeah, backing in a lorry it takes practice. Believe me, I've only been a professional driver since about May of this year. and there are people who have been in the business for years and they still can struggle with backing. There's different types of backing too. There's straight line backing. There's offset backing, and then there's also alley docking, and all of them take a lot of time and practice. And it's in some ways it's like trying to push a wheelbarrow backwards. You have to turn the wheel right to go left and left to go right, and even then you're constantly having to make minor adjustments because that trailer just wants to go all sorts of different directions. I'm allowed to backseat drive. I was a mentor. I was able to back the trailer incorrectly once. Well, I mean, that's one more than most people, I suppose. No way I'm allowing the twins to drive me around ever. Hazardous to say the least. Alley backs are the worst. Yeah, they are. You really have to know what you're doing with alley docking. It's difficult. Hey, we're good drivers on our minivans. We have to be with the kids. Yes, of course. You sure, JK? Better to be in a minivan than say a bus or something else. At least with the lorries, you have a bit of offsetting. You're able to, turn the cab in a different direction than the trailer. Straight buses can sometimes, in some ways, be even harder to maneuver. Silver made a clip of one of my attempts, and I have no idea how I got the trailer and truck into that position. Sometimes you just have to give it your best and pray that it all works out. And sometimes God will answer your prayers, and then sometimes it won't. At least you guys weren't driving in snow and mud. Yeah, muddy conditions, snow, and especially ice. Very dangerous for lorry drivers, and most will just not do it at all. Sometimes it is just luck, yeah. May apparently jackknife the trailer up against the wall. That can happen. You never want to jackknife your trailer. That can mess it up in a really bad way. Just wait till we get Snow Runner, Mud Runner. No idea how I did that. If you guys get it, I will hope I'm allowed to play with you all. You start playing those with me, you're really in trouble. Oh dear. Oh my. Well, glad you all made it sort of in one piece for the most part. Maybe. Debatable. But yeah, anyway. Go to bed, Silver. Yes, I know it's late for a lot of people. If you do need to go to bed, I totally understand. If you need to raid and run, also understand. But yeah, feel free to do some after-stream care, everyone. Get up and stretch. Grab yourself something to drink, something to eat, maybe. A little midnight snack or something, yeah. Silver actually fell asleep and crashed the truck during stream. Yes, that's why in the real world we have things like required 30-minute DOT breaks, 10-hour resets, and a 14-hour clock that we are not allowed to go past. So, yeah. It's just after 1 a.m. for us. Yeah, it's a little after 1 a.m. over here, too. So, late night for us all. And energy drinks, yes. You will find yourself living off of truck stop coffee and energy drinks, which, by the way, if you need a recommendation for really good coffee, I mean, there's the obvious ones like Dunkin' Donuts, for example, but if you ever find yourself at a Pilot, a Flying J, they've got some really good coffee. Unfortunately, I do have to go to bed, but I hope the rest of the stream goes well. Well, thank you very much, Fire Cyclone. Thank you so much. Do need to sleep, got to get up because of the kids, totally understand. But yes, thank you all so much for the raid. I'm glad to hear you all had fun. Again, I hope it's the first of many good streams with American Truck Simulator, really fun game. And yeah, here's hoping that your humble trucking company grows to be something much bigger. Been an age since I've been to a Flying J. Yeah, Pilot, Flying J, and 19. They're all part of the same corporate umbrella. But yeah, they've got. They even started selling their own bags of ground coffee. Love's is the best coffee in my opinion. Yes, Love's also has excellent coffee. Same, need sleep. Hope the rest of your stream is great. Yeah. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. And for everybody else, like I said, get up and stretch. Grab yourself something to drink. Maybe grab a midnight snack, and then kick back and relax as we enter the jungle. I'm currently trying to... There we go. Got myself a snack. And there's another snack. There's some fruit up on that tree. I need to get my equipment. Okay, so the D-pad now takes the place of some of these other things. There's the radio. Okay, this is the survival viewer. And that's the pause menu. Q. Welcome to the jungle! Oh, there's the side of the area over here. Look at that. All that grass and leaves and other debris. There we go. Hold B to go prone. Okay. There's our backpack. I was wondering where that was. Okay. Let's climb up. Got it.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, in the survival viewer, choose weapon from the back. Your available weapons will be displayed in a list on the screen. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example,
there you go.
And your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your
Yeah, you can't shoot your shot as well as you could, Snake.
Stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger-happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what
Major Zero looks a lot more badass in this version of the game.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily wastes. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international
Yeah, survival is important as opposed to dying. Yeah, we don't want that.
It could spark
That would create a time paradox. Snake, you can't go changing the future like that.
the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
No pressure, right?
One-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Or alternatively, don't get caught.
This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic?
Well, hello
As
there.
a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
You're not supposed to use your real name, you idiot.
After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name.
Born and living in
Humanity
Boston,
is that
Massachusetts.
high. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me. Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You
But
can
who's
tell
counting?
Just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top secret mission.
Are these the original voice lines? Yes, they preserve the original game audio from the first game. Although I think they did come back and record a few additional lines here and there.
The rest you needed to learn on your
But
own.
yeah, this is the original audio.
But what about how to think like
Speaking of Jungle Fighters, you ever seen Rambo's ending in MK11? No, I haven't.
Be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be.
There's some foreshadowing.
About your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
Then perhaps you should.
Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end,
For some reason, this reminds me of that ending, which I think is Rambo's canon ending. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some inspiration from Rambo. I mean, you know, Kojima, he loves his movies.
devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing
It's
as
not
an
wrong.
enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
Wow. Enemies might be listening in. Keep calling him Jack.
The Cobra Unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you were always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Over the radio, huh?
Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Yeah, don't forget.
Try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Alright. Got our things back. Let's see. Motion detector. That'll come in handy. Okay. About 80% camouflage. Now we're lying down. You got to stay all real quiet like. Yes. Use the talk people, receive gameplay tips and more. Input the frequency of the person you wish to speak to, select the name from memory, yes, links to send the transmission.
Snake, do you see any tufts of grass?
Yeah,
What kind of grass?
just ordinary grass. Nothing special.
You should check it anyhow.
It's pretty thick grass, about waist high.
If you crawl into the grass, you can advance undercover. When you do, the camera automatically switches to intrusion view. If you want to stand up again, press and hold the crouch button once more. If you press the crouch button briefly, you'll crouch in that spot. This allows you to observe things without blowing your cover. Got it?
Yeah, but
But what?
was that the only reason?
What do you mean?
You had me check it just so you could tell me that?
That's right. Pretty useful, huh?
Right.
Shall we carry
Yeah,
on?
sure.
All means.
Even when hidden in grass, if you make a noise, your enemies will locate you. When enemies are nearby, move with slight movements of the movement stick. That way you can proceed with minimal disturbance.
Oh, okay. So that's intrusion view. I hear froggies. There's one. Oh. Those are the gators. Oh dear. Backpack. Let's add in grenade. Guess you could say he's a real snake in the grass. Hey, ching. Okay, there's that. Ah, I'm getting stung, damn it. I taught you everything except how to wrestle alligators and dealing with bees. This is really quite interesting. Okay. Dmuchij North.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
One of them's got a radio pack.
And grenades.
They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law.
And I'm just going around minding my own business. Come on.
Government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
Yes, as you keep reminding me.
The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the camo index.
No, the number down there at the bottom.
Current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
Let's see what we can do about our camouflage. Okay, we're starting out with olive drab. What else do we have? Oh, yeah. Peace Walker sneaking suit. Battle dress. Naked woodland. Gold. There's the grenade. Oh, we get unlimited grenades with this. Let's go with leaf. Woodland. There we are. %. Nice. All right, let's get you out of the way. Over here someplace. Where you can take yourself a nice little dirt nap. Just dropping all sorts of goodies, aren't you? And for good measure, take out the radio. Oh.
Just my imagination.
Going to have to let that battery charge up. If I can. Let's get you into the tall grass over here. I wonder what you could do with infinite grenades in a stealth mission. A lot of damage. It's safe to say, whatever you do, it's explosive. Can't go into an alert phase if you're knocked out. Insert mod when knocked out enemies play that "Oh, Mamma Mia" Mario sound. Go to sleep. It's past your bedtime as well. Let's say this, the one thing I did not like about the English voice casting was the enemy soldiers. They needed to have Russian accents. And they all just sounded like they're Americans. Nice. Yeah, now you're talking. Overhead view. That's more like it. Oh, fruit. Oh, there's something here inside the log. Thermal goggles. Fantastic. Oh, someone woke up. Time to get out of there. There's one body there. Aha! This gave me a devilishly good idea. Well, damn. I am too far away. Off he goes. No, we wait for him to try and come back. I probably need to eat something. Stamina doesn't look too good. Oh, that's right. Yes, use the bees on the enemies, yes.
The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
Let's see what else we have.
You caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun.
They've got like multiple rows of really sharp teeth.
Give them a good scare.
Right. But how do they taste?
Huh?
Do they taste good?
You're actually going to eat one.
Why else would I be asking?
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's see what the guide says. You're in luck. It says they taste pretty good.
Good. I can hardly wait.
I see you've captured an Indian gavial. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Yeah, they're too big for that.
So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
So, the gavials got the Godzilla treatment. Interesting.
I see you've caught yourself a Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest.
Got it. So...
How does it taste?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
Don't be too sure.
I see you've caught a tree frog. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They're irradiated.
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste.
Snake is getting bored.
If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't
blah, blah, blah.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
Probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it. I see you've got
Maybe
yourself
I
a
will.
Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests.
Oh, so they're actual
Inside
useful
the nest
creatures.
are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful. I see you have a calorie mate.
Calorie mate?
The thing you're holding now?
Oh yeah, you get calorie mates in this game.
Looks like a cookie?
Try it, it's pretty good.
Okay. But what is this thing? Never seen anything like it.
Calorie Mate is an energy supplement that contains all the proteins, lipids, vitamins, carbohydrates, and minerals needed for a balanced diet.
Most
It's
of
a
them anyway.
well-balanced food. Because of that, it's just perfect for giving your body the nutrition it needs in combat.
It sounds like a space-age food.
Real astronaut food is not very good, but that should taste fine.
Yeah, and it'll help balance out all this jungle food I'm eating.
It's easy and quick to eat, so it's perfect when you're running late for an important mission in the morning.
I've never been late for a mission.
Really? Aren't you always keeping people waiting?
What?
Furthermore, one of Calorie
Kept you
Mate's
waiting,
biggest
huh?
advantages is that they are all exactly the same portion size. So no matter how you eat it, you always get the same nutrients, flavor, and calories. Each Calorie Mate has a set number of calories, so it's easy to keep track of your calorie intake. All of the geisha girls in Japan use Calorie Mate for watching their calories.
I see. You seem to know a lot about Japan, don't you?
Yes, I love Japan.
Yeah, top tip chat. I've had calorie mates before. I mean, they're fairly tasty. I like the chocolate flavour. They also got an apple flavour that's not bad either. Just 1 calorie mate per day, please. Don't try to substitute more than 1 meal with them. Yeah, I think it will, like, make you constipated. was about to say, I heard they make you ultra constipated. Yes, if you consume, like, if you were to make more than one meal a day out of Calorie Mates, yes, you will become very constipated. And especially if you, like, do breakfast, lunch, and dinner as nothing but Calorie Mates, yeah, you're probably not going to be pooping for at least a few days. Oh, look at that. Another chance to terrorize the guards. And got some goodies over there. They're coming back. Oh, shit. Jeez, how many chunks do they need? On normal mode, you need a lot. Oh, got a really good gun. Yay, weapons. I can hear myself getting hungry. there's a bug. Now to toss the body off the cliff. Yes, my thoughts exactly. Oops.
Who's that?
Damn it. Fucking hell. I'll take skid of those two. No. You go 9-9. You go 9-9. Whee! Yeah, he's hungry. Okay. Let's see. Fairly tasty.
Tasty. Not too bad. I want some more.
Okay. Golova was fairly tasty. Okay. Well, that was a fine bit of bad sneaking and murdering.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
Tell him yourself.
Sorry for being so late.
No.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
The enemy's here.
He fell down. Oh, chaff grenades. I don't think he survived that fall. Oh, a shotgun. Actually, this is a good time. What's a chaff grenade? Jams electronic devices like cameras. 3 a.m. Need to get some sleeps. You saw what time it was. Happy hunting. All right, action. Sleep well. Take care. Nice shot. Right, here we go. Oh, come on, Sokolov. You don't have to burn your porn stash on my account. I don't judge. And you don't have to lie that you read them for the articles either.
Are you one of Volgin's men?
Do I look like one of Volgin's men?
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to
I'm the pawn they sent in here to save your worthless butt.
Your CIA? Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time.
As an English gentleman should be.
Before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the Army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is...
Well, they'll eventually get what they want with Brezhnev.
He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
Volgin be like, I'm gonna come.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America's truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I managed to get past them.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Oh, more foreshadowing. Yeah, you want to not stand out in the open like that. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? You're not going to Kamehameha your way out of there, mate. That's not how any of this works.
Freeze!
Well, shit. Surrounded.
This is the legendary boss. Huh? Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
Oh yeah, he's no soldier.
He's the Ocelot commander.
That's Major Ocelot to you. Don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
Powerful pistol.
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
operatives?
What is
Can you imagine if he summoned them by going, Nyan?
that gun? If you're not the boss, then die. Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one!
My name is Bond. James Bond.
Sonistan, welcome in. Oh, there goes the bullet. Been lurking, just eating this stuff. Hopefully it's not bad stuff.
You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Time for that ocelot to have a cat nap. Just people being annoying is all, doing my anger management to not be pissed.
Major.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I read you. Snake, you all right?
Yes, people can be quite retarded sometimes.
Sokolov, too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Chase after Sokolov. Right. Sleepy time for you lot. Oh, wait a minute. Something I nearly overlooked. Okay. No items. Some things up here.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished.
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build.
The Shagohod.
The Shagohod. The dreaded behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBM.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war?
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I
Hey.
wanted to see my wife and child
No one's judging.
in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go.
Okay. Don't look down. Got very foggy all of a sudden. Boss.
Boss?
Oi! Watch it! This bridge is not entirely stable, you know.
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
What the hell?
Hornets.
D. Colonel. What's a Russian gunship doing out here?
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
How does Kuwabara mean?
Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
Oh, it's a broken arm.
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
Real gut punch there.
The new blood has been rejected. Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it.
Will be over. What are you saying?
Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the Survival Viewer with the Survival Viewer button. If you select Cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into two types of treatment: medicine and surgical procedures. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with a movement stick to the affected part of your body, and press the enter button. Once you've selected the affected area, use the movement stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the Survival Viewer and treat those wounds.
All right, all right. Okay. Disinfectant. Styptic to stop the bleeding. Suture to seal it up. Bandage. Bone fracture. Splint. Bandage. Let's see. Suture kit. Bandage. Another bone fracture. Guess you can't really bite the bullet, eh?
job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
More Heinz. Airlifting the Shagohod.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her Cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. Kiss of death?
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
He's mad. Yes, I think at this point we will save our game. Oh, refresh of the intro. Oh, it's a re-recording.
I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
How appropriate they show him actually eating a snake.
You go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. This ordeal, the trial to survive, for the day we see new life. I give my life, not for honor,
Harry Gregson Williams did the original music. Norihiko Hibino as did the songs.
there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
So it's a British man playing an American Weeb game. How are you enjoying it so far? I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it very much. However, after 7.5 hours of streaming, I think it's time we called it a night. It's nearly 3 a.m. here. So we are going to exit out of the game. Get a little music going again. And let's see. You browser audio. Ah, gosh. Who do we have that we could raid? We've got Leaflet. She's playing Blue Protocol Star Resonance. Anyone else playing? No, nobody else playing Metal Gear. That's alright though. Wait, I've got someone. Ray, yeah. And looks like she's working on the Virtuous mission right now. Alright, so that's what we'll do. All right, there we go. And there's a copy pasta for everybody over on the Twitch side of things. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Do another stream, probably in the evening. Scorpius G59, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, let's go raid Ray, who is also playing MGS Delta. I will see all of you sometime tomorrow, probably in the evening. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you all for 750 follows. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.
Mm-hmm.